Yo,
Hey,
Finally!
gaming.
We're
gaming. We're gaming.
It's been so long since
Gaming.
last I've seen my game lost to this aiming. I'm not continuing the joke. What's
Oh,
up, everybody?
Hi. Whoa,
Yeah.
that's crazy. That's
I think
crazy.
we're gaming.
We're gaming. We're gaming. We're gamer.
Yeah.
We're gaming.
I'm gaming.
Please.
Please.
Call us a soldier who likes men aiming through a scope because we're gaming?
Yeah. So true. So true. So true. I did announce it, right? Like I did press enter on that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I did.
Yeah.
So how's everyone doing? What's going on? How are people feeling? What's up?
Oh, I've been doing pretty good, all things considered, especially because people have left constantly and perpetually. But that's not.
Yeah, I've been doing pretty horribly. I've been terrified my entire life for the past 2 days because this little thing showed up on my ring cam and it's just been standing there.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been doing constantly and forever.
I accidentally opened the League of Legends client, so the chat got to hear the fucking boom sound and then the Xing out of it sound. That
The
was pretty
stream is
cool.
cursed now, guys. We should start over.
This is officially League of
How did
Legends.
you accidentally open
Okay.
up the client?
It's on my taskbar right next to OBS.
Come on, guys. It's pretty much over. She got an alias. Surrender at 12.
Fucking idiots.
You know, speaking of, I realize, you know, I turned off the light in my room earlier because I left my room. I'm back in it. Let's turn it back on. It's on. Whoa.
We're back in it. We're back in it.
We're back in it. We're here.
We're so back.
We're so back.
We're back in it. We're staying out of it.
That's crazy, dude. We're here.
It's literally
Call
funny
us
being
back, cause we're in it.
All right.
I fear. I'm queer. I'm here.
My team is literally suck off Stuba's team.
Yeah. So
Child.
we let's get started here. Hey everybody, welcome back to another iteration of DBA Monarchy Tower, a spin-off or side series of our more or less weekly tabletop RPG running the anime campaign Epithet System, known as Destruction Men's Agreement, or DBA, hence the DBA in DBA Monarchy Tower. Within the world of that campaign, there is the city known as Fight City. Within it, a monolith, the Monarchy Tower, a giant gauntlet of fighting challenges that the denizens of the city and even those outside of it are free to welcome to try and fight tooth and nail up all through its floors to try and get to the very top, fighting the upper echelon of the city and gaining the admiration and reputation of being the strongest there is. And recently DBA's dipped their little toes in this place and have infested it like a bunch of roaches. And so, yeah, now we have, you know, whole thing where various DBA related people will form teams and climb some floors and see what's going on for themselves. This week, we've been running a couple of Monarchy Towers, if you've been watching this as it's been going live. Because, and all of them being run by, Scarlet. Scarlet!
Oh, whoa.
The bees got her.
You know, I just heard that sound, but let me just add it back in.
Oh, I see. There it is.
I see it.
That was way too late for the joke to be funny, but like at some point I was pot committed. Hey everyone, that one's me. I've been running a couple of Monarchy Tower things this week. This one is the last one this week because if I ran them all back to back, I actually maybe would have killed myself. Oops. Thanks for recommending me not do that, Kakapo.
Like
This
in-
is
like
the
in Minecraft,
party.
You know? May have done that like in Minecraft, you know?
Yeah, I would have, to quote an old song from Sonic CD, work this sucker to death. So that's neither here nor there. We can move on.
Yeah. So, we got that, and we got our party this time, taking on this challenge of the tower, whatever it may be, parentheses, we have a pretty good idea of it considering we can observe trends from previous sessions in this little blitz gauntlet.
It'd
end
be
parentheses.
funny if it's just like a jar of mayonnaise. Continue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. I mean, hey, listen. It wouldn't be. There was the one where you ran it, where the first one was fight against Eiley with her fucking blood rain, and then it was the fucking cooking combat. So like
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did contemplate the last one that I ran, the last proper Monarchy Tower thing with Jithia. I contemplated if the party just said no and walked into the tower instead of a boss fight, they would have a sauce fight, and it's against a jar of fucking Prego marinara sauce. And that is a glimpse into my insane fucking mind, and it
Yeah.
may be what's happening today.
You need help, actually.
Yeah. So hey, speaking of the people that may be fighting a jar of fucking sauce, I guess. Hey everybody, I'm Patronix or Soleil, whichever you prefer. I'm streaming here today. So if there's any issues, audio, visual, or whatever wise, scream at me in chat and I'll fix it best I can, right fixing it up. And today I'm playing as Zell Caveat, funny vampire who, if you've been keeping up with DBA mainline series, just escaped hell in Operation Bifrost of running around trying to figure out what's going on, getting possessed and being put into the Zonk realm for a good bit, and then all that shit. And so now they're here, and who's to say how they're feeling about all of those events? As we're gonna move on to our next player, we got Rosche.
Hi, it's me, Rosche. You can recognize me from my distinctive. I'm here playing funny character that's shown up a couple of times, but not all too often. Liúlàng Jidianji.
Yeah. Then we got Drake.
Hey guys, I'm Drake or Drake, whichever you prefer. And I'm not playing Zell Caveat. That's Soleil,
Yeah.
just in case you got it confused.
Uh-huh.
I'm playing Harvey Obake, which is a psychic ninja from the House of Horrors ninja clan. They use all kinds of spooky stuff in their ninjas. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Then we got Gecko.
Yo. Hello, I'm Gecko, local Australian. I'm playing Jane Rose, you might have heard of her.
The
She,
usual Miss Rose.
what was that?
The usual Miss Rose.
Yeah. That'd be
Slides gold, gold token.
Slides over pirate doubloon.
Yeah. And then last but not least, we got Sam.
Hey, it's me, Sam Ember, Yum Yum Bits, GM of Guild of the Unknown. Go watch that sometime, that's not now. I don't know why I still include that in my intro. Guild is not coming back.
Hey, what the fuck? Spoilers, you just ruined it for me.
Oh man.
I've mentioned this on stream multiple times in the past.
Yeah.
Come on, guy. You know,
This has
FF,
been
it's
unknown
River
thing.
12.
Guild dies. it doesn't
Anyways.
come back. Yeah.
Come back! No! And I'm today playing Joseph Jolt. It's been a while since I've played him in a thing, so if you haven't been keeping up on the current state of the Jolt family, the mother's dead, the father's in the hospital, and his sister's been kidnapped. Yay!
I'm sure he's doing fine mentally.
Oh my god, cry me a river.
Yeah.
Drama queen.
Well, the other day, I stubbed my toe.
Damn.
I'm so
Damn.
sorry.
That must have hurt
I'm
real
thinking
bad.
about how other people are
Oh
doing.
my
so
God.
we start.
I'm really glad
Let's-
you're okay.
Let's start a Kickstarter for you.
Yeah.
No kicking.
Is this the part we start kicking?
Not again.
Anyway.
My poor toes.
That's all of us here for today. If you're new around here, you're enjoying yourself, and you want to know when, where, how, why, you can catch up with more of the things we're doing here on this Twitch channel. Make sure to join our funky little Discord server. Fight Nighting! Oh, there's the link! Whoa! Go there, get notified, what have you, as I always say. It's a community Discord, so go there if you want to know what's going on. and follow and sub to the channel and everything else. Woo!
Give us your money.
Yeah, just give us your money.
Give
us your money.
Give us.
You don't need to pay rent this month. You don't
No,
need that.
no.
Yeah.
That's for us, you know?
Yeah, it's for us. Yeah.
That's for us. That's ours.
Sleep in the basement.
Please don't even fucking joke about that, brother. I don't.
No. All money belongs to me. This is a fact.
Of course.
It's-
Regardless of
I-
that,
We're gonna use it to
Yeah.
we're gonna use it to buy hardcore drugs like Peeps and
Magic the Gathering
Hershey's candy
cards.
bars.
Yeah. For real, be responsible with your money. But outside of that, hey Scarlet, what's going on? What's up?
Let's put a stop to my music and let's put a start to this music. So, hey everyone. This team has had a supremely boring past 20 or so floors. You're a little bit higher up there. You're a bit higher up in the ranks though, don't worry. There's you think you've heard like whispers and mentions of like, oh yeah, DBA was like here once or twice in the previous 1 or 2 days, but surely that has nothing to do with what you're about to do. They also requested you like give the fucking floor a little bit of setup time, just like 5 minutes, and then enter at your own peril. I mean, whenever you're ready. This dude's here. You're not sure why.
Peril?
And they even brought out a little table for you. Look at that.
Well, guys, they brought up a table for us. It's so nice of them. We should totally not steal it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know why we would
Liúlàng.
steal it, you know?
Liúlàng sits wordlessly at the table. I say sits. They still didn't bring out any chairs. They
No,
stand there.
You mean there isn't chairs?
No, there are no chairs.
Just the
They
table.
stand at the table, in roughly the position where they would be if they were sitting, and are just sort of gently reading a book.
Yeah. As you do that, Harvey sort of is. They seem to be in some sort of contemplation, just sort of like, elbow on table, hand on chin, just sort of looking forward ambiently, seemingly thinking. And after a bit of silence, they sort of, go like, "Tch," and like frown. So, Zell, Joseph, I've been meaning to ask. He sort of gestures, just swirls his wrist around, in general at your locations. Your stuff, the sword, the bots, did you make them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Joseph looks up from tinkering with what looks like a circuit board of some kind. I mean, yeah.
I've been keeping an eye on them as we've been climbing, and just... they actually seem... functional, I should say.
What's that supposed to mean?
Would hope so.
They work, they don't fall apart, they're not useless shovelware. I mean, you said you made them, right?
Looks at both of them.
Yeah.
That, I mean, it's rough around the edges,
Sort of gestures at Zell, but looks to Joseph.
but all of what you can do actually seems at least mediocre.
Just kind of blankly stares at you. Whatever.
It's a bit better than mediocre, if you're asking me. Zell, sort of instinctively or otherwise goes and grips the hilt, the handle of the sword. Yeah, thanks, I guess.
He again sort of frowns and like wiggles his nose.
Take no offense, I'm not trying to insult you, it's just... Not often I am surprised by the competence of others. I expect failure most often.
When expecting failure, failure is what you see. He flips a page.
Oh, please, I don't expect failure in myself, it's others I find fallible.
If I have anything
when
to say
fallible-
about it, I am not going to be failing anytime soon.
Just sort of
Okay.
nods.
Fallible or not, I tend to make things to last, unlike some people I could name.
Well
Not
said.
not anyone here, but you know.
What about you? You've been quiet. Are you all sinister and brooding, or do you actually speak?
Looking at Jane.
Jane has been throughout the past through like the Lime has been pretty relatively like keeping to herself, just like seems like she's using this as a sort of like a method of training or something. Yeah, I speak. I just haven't really, you guys are. She like looks at Harvey and looks to the others like, you guys have been fighting with each other just as much as the enemies. It
He
seems
scoffs.
so. But no. I've been called brooding in the past, but I just, don't see it necessary to join in on a conversation about what? Expectations of other people's skills? Is that what this is?
I suppose it's what you take out of it. I'm merely trying to stir something. I can't stand silence.
Well, I'm not the best at small talk, so sorry about that.
Same.
You lot, by the by.
Kind of again gestures just towards like everyone, more so in like the Zell Jane region.
You look familiar. Have we met, perchance?
I don't believe
Squints.
so.
Something
No.
about you just rings a bell. Are you a mercenary or something?
Just looks between them.
Ooh, Jane, like, she tries to keep a straight face, but there's like a twitch, like, yeah, I've been in the business. I've been keeping it kind of down low lately, but I wouldn't be surprised if you've heard of me.
He
So,
gives you a sort of arrogant look, like, oh, heard of you. As if he found like amusement in you saying something like that.
Like, yes, well... I suppose if what you've shown thus far isn't just for show, maybe I have heard of you. Though I'm bad with names, I don't usually care to remember faces that don't leave a more tangible impact.
The sort of little psychic lightning burst between his little antennae.
Liúlàng flips a page.
People like you are exhausting to deal with sometimes, huh?
I'm not a mercenary.
We've allowed a
are you then?
substantial amount of time for the next room.
Yeah, I guess we
Do
could
we
go.
wish to continue talking, or you rather? Liúlàng is still reading as he speaks.
What was that, Jane?
No, I was just curious. If you're not a mercenary, then what are you?
I guess you could, say I'm they think rather, retainer.
Ah,
I guess in
like
that
a
way
second in
it's,
command.
mercenary could be further off, but it's less of a wandering, self-employed kind of deal and more like I'm,
Protecting a ward.
yeah.
They say very actually, as opposed to usual where Liúlàng speaks in very short sentences or just very matter-of-fact things very slowly, they actually say that rather quick and seem to peer over their book.
Yeah, protecting a ward. And in the meanwhile, sort of, working around, the area, trying to make more things like this sword. You know, motions to it again, motions to Harvey. Work on that.
He gives it on.
A lot of monsters around.
You know much of how you intend to do things. They return to their book.
Well, you've got to get something. We've got to get moving at some point. As Joseph takes the thing he's been working on and sort of just tinkering with, and basically just like opens what looks like some kind of small like gate or window of some kind on his arm, like places it inside and then closes it again.
All right. If we're gonna get going, let's shake off any of the awkwardness, I guess. They weren't sitting, right, but sort of re-straighten their posture, right, as if they were like partially lounging even though they really weren't.
As a just quick note, how tall is everybody here?
I'd say Zell is very average height. Like,
Yeah, Jane is very much the same, sort of like, in terms of height and build, she's kind of like, she seems pretty average all around the board. Maybe, slightly taller than normal, but very slightly.
I think Liúlàng is about like 6'3", or at least very tall.
I just wanted to mention because I was trying to imagine like everyone's postures and stuff. Because Harvey's like 5'5", 5'6".
Joseph is like, I don't have a specific number, but like probably max 5 feet tall, maybe a little bit shorter.
right.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Actually, what floor is this, Scarlet?
I believe that I penciled it in as 25, but I'm going to check again.
Oh, okay. We're not on the 21st anymore.
Yeah, I mean the first one was 21st, second one was 23rd, so yeah, this is 25.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Okay.
my understanding of the tower is that like you can floor master a particular floor, but like there are ranges that you can like go to and from,
Yeah.
I recall. Pause. I had already been to the 24th floor once before, though only as a ephemeral guest. It was interesting going through it officially and now onward.
What do you mean an ephemeral guest?
My younger brother summoned me forth.
Okay. Right. Is that allowed? You know, they look around seeing no staff, only John.
I was not stopped. So, though I was not counted as having reached this point.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there are any rules against, like, anything in this place, practically.
You say
Or
that, but
staying on game for too long.
they put like a whole like annoying, infuriating system to halt progress of a bunch of people.
Well, yeah, but like other than that, like as someone who's just me, I've been doing pretty good, man. I've been rocking it, frankly. Listen, man, the past 2 days, someone has like met me on the same floor that I'm about to go to, and then they go first, and then I go like past them, and then like the floor challenge is fucking whooped. It's magical.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hearing people talk about the new rules, Harvey just sort of gets a sour look on their face. It's like,
I heard they made it harder because those showboats with the destruction bench agreement.
Something
sort
like
of-
that.
look
I
to
have-
the side.
Something like
I have-
that, yeah.
I have heard of this group, been intrigued by some of their goings on, though uncertain I am.
Don't be. It's all just for show, it's nothing. Maybe 5% of it is real, but I'd not wager much more.
Jane, the head slowly turns.
Yeah,
Joseph
Reek
looking
falls
at
off
him.
it.
And Joseph just looking at him. I'd ask which 5%, but I get a feeling I wouldn't like the answer.
I can only imagine the fucking burning daggers Harvey is getting right now from the three of them.
He like looks like,
Come on, stop staring at me, it's irritating.
My little brother was on that one, I believe, a few times. They flip their page again.
Child actors.
Let's just get this over with.
Hey, can someone stop me?
Chris, if
from
that's the way
ripping
you
this
came
guy's
from.
fucking head off. She's like,
Is it gonna be me? As Zell puts a fucking foot on the table.
Liúlàng
yeah, no, let's stop.
puts
Let's
a
stop.
hand
She just gets up.
forward. Ah, okay.
Fucking the table rocks. Starts walking towards the fucking thing.
When Zell and Jane moved forward, Liúlàng did stick his hand forward, still looking at his book, though. You know, they pause a moment, slowly turn their head somewhat to look at Zell. Show your spirit in a more productive manner. This is not worth our time.
yeah, Harvey just looks arrogantly like,
Yes, put your foot down, you're dirtying the furniture.
it just starts walking around.
I don't know where the hell you got this ego, but you're lucky we're on the same team.
Hey, so for the record, like,
Oh,
if you
yes,
have
you
any,
are.
if you have any tips for like beating the person who's on this floor, beating the challenge, like, let me know, okay?
Shortcuts merely cut yourself short.
Fuck,
Yeah,
dude, that's
fluent.
profound.
Just kind of fight them and win. There's not really much else to it from what I've seen.
Oh, he like points his bat at Joseph. You're right. I'm shocked that I didn't think of that one.
I,
Let's get going.
yeah.
As you know, as Jade walks, she seems to like organize some things inside of her coat. and then does like a little stretch. There's like a large crack as she like adjusts. You know how you do little stretches. You like point your arm out.
Yeah.
It's just each time it's like crack, crack.
Did Joseph stub their toe and break their leg? What happened?
Roll 20 happened, I think.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm ready to go, guys. Like, busts a cap at each of their like feet, like, ah!
Liúlàng, in a flash, right? A like shimmering, almost seems like pale blue glass shard appears in the air near him. He reaches in, takes out a like what looks to be like a playing card, and like moves it over the book. The book disappears, and then he reaches in through the space again and pulls out a separate book, which appears more like a journal or diary as he continues walking.
So, we good to get started?
Yeah.
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 Hey, Iris.
He flips the card and it disappears.
Ladies and gentle ladies, the grand spectacle begins once more. Your brilliant and beautiful announcer, it's me, Moxie Rose Electra, is coming to you live with a battle to end all battles. This one calls for a quick recap. Viewers at home might recall our last stream on floor 23, where we witnessed our very own Professor Alara inject herself with a mysterious drug after being pushed past her limit by the might of the opposing DBA team. And while she was still defeated, I guess she can't have been too upset at them, since now she's specifically requested to battle any future DBA teams that make it this far, so that she can deal with them personally. She must really like fighting them. And it's a good thing too, because today we have yet another team of DBA powerhouses climbing the ranks with neck-breaking speed. It's time to give it up for Team Peerless Peak.
There is a notable, like, the applause the crowd gathered is noticeably larger and louder than you've come to expect from these floors.
Liúlàng blinks a couple of times, looks to the left, then looks to the right. Like, he's like, I am not in DBA. He doesn't say that, but he's like thinking about that.
Yeah. Harvey also frowns with that.
I see. I may have to explain the misunderstanding. He, literally, like, without skipping a beat, he, like, moves up to the edge of the arena. Instead of climbing on, he literally just jumps and, remains in his same general, like, standing, stance.
So, where's the professor?
Well, I'm getting to that, cutie. Just give me a sec. She does a little twirl, and her microphone and eyes sparkle. And of course, their singular opponent, determined as she is powerful, having vowed to stop DBA's radical ascent through the ranks, and sure to have a few new tricks up her sleeve, the floor administrator, Professor Alara.
She does not wear the smile that she used to when it came to the bench agreement parties. With little words, she takes the case and walks up to the arena.
Liúlàng steps forward. Greetings. He does a small bow.
Sama, say your piece first.
My name is Gideonji Liúlàng. I am, to clarify, not of the Destruction Bench Agreement. However, I do not believe this will call your feelings any. So, I understand, and I am willing to accept this challenge.
It is not a matter of accepting the challenge or not. It is a matter of... I apologize, but I lumped 2 in with the 3 of you. I've grown to have a bit of a grudge with your community, of no fault of your own, but this is, to an extent, as much for my sake as it is yours. The
I
center
see.
of the arena is signified ? With an odd bulging out of the center slightly lock-like structure, to which Alara stands on top of it. Though, similarly, she looks to Zell and Joseph in particular. Puggles, my kind of people.
Zell looks behind Alara to the weapon case. Guessing you made that too?
She takes a moment. Yes, it's an old thing. The thing you're seeing here is more of a casket. It got many people hurt for reasons that I wish not to explain in detail. But I think that it's time that it sees new light. And, well, because I thought I was going to die the previous time that I encountered your group, I thought that there would be no better time to introduce it than as such. There are mutters through the crowd at that.
I see.
First, an establishment of rules. There are no ring-outs. Just... first one to knock out the other side. Simple as. No holds barred. From either side.
You telling us not to hold back?
I'm demanding you not to hold back. The eye, red sclera with a golden iris glimmers slightly.
I'm gonna give you one chance to take that back.
She does not grace you with a response.
No, if that's how it is.
Well, Professor. It is a shame. We have to meet like this then. But you've got a grudge against DBA. I'm not here for them. I guess I am part of them now. I guess. They take a step forward. So if you got a grudge against them, you can take it out on me. Let that grudge, let that anger and hatred fuel you a little bit, alright? I got some grudges of my own, and I came here to take some steam off of them. So I don't want you holding back either, okay?
That was never in the cards. Oh, right. Positions. She just gestures to a point where the metal clearly shifts to a different texture. Just not too close. Otherwise, wherever. I don't mind.
Out of curiosity,
Mm-hmm.
are Monarchy Tower fights something that is like displayed on any sort of media?
Moxie
Yes.
stream.
Yes. Moxie streams them.
Okay. And that's just like, available for anybody to look at.
Mm-hmm. the past 2 fights, maybe not the past 2 fights that have been streamed, but the past 2 days have had streamed fights with Alara in them.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was looking for. Harvey sort of like, looks around, trailing to the side after everyone is, sort of calmed down and gone to their silence. And
Emotions and declarations aside,
they say, sort of eyeing everybody out of the corner of their goggles.
I do find it a bit upsetting that I would have to meet someone with guts such as yourself under such conditions. I mean, fellow minds like ours are hard to come by. But I do admire that you made a choice. You didn't fall behind. You saw your goal ahead of you and acted. I applaud you for that.
Right.
And as all, I'm ready to fight.
We both got something to prove. Let's prove it!
Short and simple, Right. She, feel free to roll initiative as she takes the case, one that the larger crowd would likely know. This is her gimmick, practically. She carries around a case. Whatever's inside is not touched upon, not mentioned in words. It's nearly a mythical object, and for the first time in what was implied to be years, she clicks open one lock, the other one already opened, and she looks inside for a moment, seems to have second thoughts before just sighing, putting a small piece of technology, crystal into her jacket, and she slides it out. Here you are. With a she repositions herself slightly, and with a hefty blow, just kicks the container off to the back of the arena.
Ooh.
Before positioning herself again.
I'm back. This is interesting.
Sword.
A duel it is then! As Zell takes Blazing Chief, their blade, off of their back, swings it through the air, and slams the point, the end of the sword, against the ground, while doing so, turning the hilt handle of the blade, the large engine attached to it, rumbling and flaring to life with a blazing heat as a pillar of smoke erupts from it, sparks flying from the end, touch to the ground. Yeah. Okay, what is that gonna be in relation to my funny?
As a question, because I missed a couple of things, how did she introduce this thing?
It was in her Chekhov's gun weapons case.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, she simply took it out. The crowd has a near ghastly silence.
Liúlàng pauses a moment. I can tell the use of that. I see. I need not. They reach their side, golden, or not golden, but like pale blue shards surrounding their hand as they ready themselves for combat. I ask one question before we begin. Why is it that you fight?
Her expression, once a little bit lighter, seeing clearly being fascinated by the blazing chief, drops slightly. Because there is no other choice. Because at any point in time, someone can decide my life ends.
I would like to see how this forms. And they grip onto that shard. Seemingly very determined.
Harvey sort of laughs in the background, like,
What ridiculous question. Why does anyone fight to prove themselves? Whether it's to themselves or someone else. That's all that really matters.
As we are starting combat, by the way, I'm just gonna really quickly post one of Joseph's proficiency upgrades to his basic weapon. I am using the start of combat in the self-defense bot in the state I've modified it in the past. The only one I have is converting its damage to healing. So I'm setting that up at the beginning.
That may be why you fight. Yet, I find a different answer in myself and many others. There is no use speaking. Show me.
It's a good question. Yes, they're going. Sorry.
No. Jane can go. Liúlàng would pause to let them speak.
I'm just saying, the question of why I fight is something that I've been dealing with myself for this last couple of years. May not seem like much, but when you really think about it, why you fight is,
The
a pretty important
language
question.
I find myself most experienced in. As he draws a blade with a very shiny, very fine-looking, blade to it, with moon-like decorations on it, is the language produced during combat.
The one I speak best is one of science, and I'm nearly apologetic that I cannot quite translate from one to the other. Fighting is a brutal, disappointing outcome of the world that we live in. The scar was not given of my own volition. It was done with blood and viscera of everyone I knew, everyone who tried to protect me. But I think it's about time we get to the proper show.
Yes,
Go on.
please, this has drolled on too long.
Liúlàng
I'll leave
speaks
it
no
alone.
further.
I'll even allow you to make the first hit. Go. ...
They close their eyes. Liúlàng does not feel very, accustomed to this. And yet, what they first try is, this blade, by the way, emanates just light from it. And he quickly, he doesn't necessarily have a sheath, but he puts it to his side and then very quickly, swipes it outward. And as a bonus action, he's going to fire off a sword beam oh, if you have a start of combat, you can just go.
yeah, it's good.
I mean, it's a start of combat, not an end of my turn.
Yeah. As combat starts, simply put, Harvey doesn't really say anything. Standing in place, seemingly like figments of his body just seem to step out of his form around him. I'll post his passive, blah blah blah. He gets 1d4 plus 1 clones.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Jesus.
Christ. Yep.
Be
Alara
Yellow
seems to
Jason.
know this, but does a little else.
Yep. Boop, boop, boop. They don't get to do anything immediately, that's just what happens. Continue.
yeah. Since we're posting static combats, I might as well avoid doing it again on my turn.
My brothers in Christ, combat has started, yeah.
Yes. Improbability overdrive. Long story short, mechanics. I get 20 improbability. And that's that. For now.
Hog.
Alright.
I suppose I should post my passive because it's important. It's by no means the start of combat, but it is just like Liúlàng has sword collections. That's his epithet. You know what? Actually, Liúlàng, he puts the blade to his side. No. Liúlàng is going to hold his turn until after Joseph.
I'd normally insist, but so be it.
So it'd be Joseph.
All
then,
right.
yeah?
Joseph, I suppose you're up.
Yeah. As no words, no fancy anything. He just immediately rushes up, and is going to throw out a funny. Let me grab the right ability. Shocker glove.
She clicks the trigger. And with a swift movement, he clashes against it with a brutal efficiency. The sound that the sparks create hiss. And, alright, Joseph, you're in a clash. Or, as you're just sitting there for a precious moment, what do you do as the sword meets your hand?
Oh, it's very simple what he's gonna do actually. Again, it's been a bit, but as soon as he's realizes he's entering effectively a clash of sword to not very like bulky or protective electrically charged glove, is just going to effectively try and slip around the sword.
All right. How about you just pile that in with, I imagine, a basic attack you'll be doing. Give me a roll.
Yeah.
All right. Seeing this, Alara's going to attempt to raise her own hand. She was expecting you to stand strong. The fact that you haven't is surprising, but ultimately, it's fine. She's basically going to try and raise a hand to block your attack. That's close enough that I can offer an escalation, I think.
Sure.
Alright. Oh, shit. So, as the blade and fist clash, again, she wasn't expecting it. You dive underneath the sword practically and raise another fist. She manages to block it barely with her hand, glowing a gentle violet, scarlet, red as it warms up hue. And then you just punch her in the eye for, we're gonna say 6, I think is a fair assessment.
Alright. And then, without letting up on the pressure at all, having gotten in past her sword effectively, we're gonna go ahead and just I'm gonna spend the 2 extra stamina and pull up the right weapon. Boop.
Pretty good. She's going to keep it simple. I say that. I should introduce a few small, things in this fight that will end up helping you most of all. This is a battle designed to be difficult to win. Failure range is decreased to 3, crit fail range is increased by 1. Any times that only affect you may instead target allies. So, that being said, she's going to keep it very simple, using an anytime this time. We're just going to see if she can command you to do something. She goes to speak something, but you quickly, like, chop her in the throat to just punch the wind out of it functionally. Yeah, no, that's gonna be another 6 from you, Chief.
What
And
does...
that is you know, after quick flurry of blows, just steps down and remains in a general, you know, combat stance, and that is his turn.
Alright. Excuse me, mister. There we go. Alright, continue. Liúlàng. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Now, I did not, you know, of course we don't know, right? But I didn't know she innately had a clash thing, right? Because the idea with this turn, right, is that I wanted to, in essence, combine my turn with hers to do a clash in that sense. And so now I'm like,
Well, this is that's just an anytime, so you know.
yeah. Would you say that's possible? Would you be fine with that, or should I just
No,
attack her?
let's fucking jam, brother.
Yeah, Liúlàng notices the clash, sees the explosive flurry, and raises that blade up in both hands, holding the book in a sort of... Holding the book also, but, like, backwards away from the sword, like, blade.
Mm-hmm.
Let us trade blows. And Liúlàng will effectively dash forward and go for a attack with Yuegong. Hopefully we can have, just seeing how Alara reacts.
Okay. Alright. This is going to be a little bit of a weird one. But basically, seeing you do this, she's going to try and respond with, this ability. Oh, come on, baby. So, she takes 8 damage, and it is increased to a 10, functionally. The gun, the blade slightly shifts, revealing a, notable, like, gun barrel, and she just points it at you. Oh, crit fail. That is actually such a fair assessment.
Liúlàng, basically expertly, as the gun barrel is pointed at him, basically, like, sidesteps and then goes for, like, one of those, like, side cuts.
Alright. What are you doing to her? Just 8 damage?
Yeah, just the 8 damage.
Very well.
And then, as soon as that finishes, he basically drops the sword, and then with his other hand, grabs it, and with a, like, backwards grip, like, upward slash, goes for the bonus action sword beam.
Mm-hmm.
Not great. It's only 3 damage. It's probably only 2.
Well, she just used that particular anytime, but...
It is also split second.
Yeah,
But it is also a
that's
7,
true.
so that doesn't matter. Never mind.
You say... I'll say knock her... I'll knock her health down 6.
Oh, no, that doesn't do 8 damage. That does only 3. The bonus action.
Oh, okay. Got it. I'll say it till 6 anyway. Alright.
And then Liúlàng takes the sword back up. In his other hand, he holds the diary, and he awaits Alara's move.
And it comes around. seeing clearly that that particular feature is not this has been in that casket for who knows how long. That's clearly not going to work. Blood carved horizontal. There we are. So, 5x5 area around her. Start step 3 per attack, as it were. 7 damage 3 times. Alias charge, which I should properly explain. I was going to do that at her turn. Now it's her turn, properly, for real. So. Erythrophobia, Model 1. Alara's magnum opus, trapped within the container for a majority of its lifetime. This is the unveiling of the true extent of her skill, and it will not be put to waste any longer. All actions taken with her blade cannot fail, pardoning critical failures. When they roll below a 10, she takes X damage, where X is the difference between that value and 10. The unpredictable nature acts as a counterbalance. Crit fail range increased to 2. She has 2 actions. One must be used with Erythro, and the other may be used with her. I'm going to count the interaction as a her action, and this as an Erythrophobia action, and secondarily, charges. The Center of Lexical Technologies is an epithet, and only recently has Alara obtained such a thing. On all abilities and attacks marked with the charged keyword, it takes from the epithet being used. If desired, she may switch her alias with one of several pieces of Pythos she purchased for testing purposes. Clauses and abilities with X charged, for example, a word charged, alias charged, only activate during that particular charge. They may be swapped out as an unrolled Alara action, and I don't think I need to explain to you that it's currently her own alias.
Okay.
However, if no one has anything to do, she'll be stepping forward 3 and dealing 21 damage total to totally destroy you.
Yeah, so this is hitting me, Joseph, and Liúlàng.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know what order we want to do, because I have a thing to do as she raises her sword to begin slashing, and Joseph's just gonna, press a funny button on his belt, and
Well, fair enough. That one's higher than what she rolled, so I'll allow it. Yeah.
I mean, I can potentially maybe stop her. So I'm pretty sure Zell's is also a dodge. So
Zell's is a dodge plus potentially attack. It's a bit variable, but I can use it as a dodge if nothing else. Yeah.
He what he's gonna do, right? Is he's going to use disarming defense. His anytime. That doesn't look very good. Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
No.
That's bad.
Compared to her, that's virtually nothing. So...
Well, I'm gonna lose 2/3 of my HP.
Let's see if I can help them. Unless...
I could also do something. I've got Chaos Theory.
Sure.
Now, real quick, do you have any follow-ups for this? Rosche.
Who?
You.
No. I mean,
Okay.
theoretically, I mean, if I successfully block an attack, I can make a free contested roll to try and drop or take the weapon, but...
I see. Okay. Regardless. This is her slashing at Liúlàng.
And
Right?
Zell.
Okay. Let me think. Right, so Jane wills her epithet outwards. It's just like a glint of lexical power in her eye. And her epithet takes control of the situation as a rafter, essentially, rumbles from the force of this swing and falls at such a incredible pace that it creates a little shockwave, giving Liúlàng something to like kick off of or avoid. And maybe, it gets in the way of this slash hitting towards Zell.
What's gonna happen?
I'm using it anytime to make a raft of Olem and block block his
I
attack.
get it.
Yes. Bingo bongo.
Well, shit. By a minor miracle, within the first slash, Joseph escapes, and Liúlàng is, able to escape through the, advent of such wild, unpredictable chicanery, but neither of those were attempts to stop the ability itself. So, we're gonna be moving her and her pal 2 spaces downward, if that sounds good to you,
Yeah.
Soleil.
Yeah. So just to make
I
sure.
assume,
Oh, what?
just real quick, gotta finish up the chaos theory. That it is an X cost, capped at 3. I assume 3.
3, yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So just to make sure I understand this correctly, the reason it's dealing 21 damage is because it's start step 1 / start step 1 / start step 1 / right?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, as the first slash would go through, because the first slash wouldn't be hitting Zell actually, right?
No, it would not. Fair
So
enough.
as the first slash is going through, right? You can move her forward because it's not gonna impact exactly how I'm doing this, but effectively, Liúlàng and Joseph jump back, and Zell has enough time to react with Dancing in the Dark, where I'm gonna have them try, because effectively, they vampire morph into, humanoid mist form along with a bunch of fiery bats and shit, right? And can phase through objects while in the mist form, and, while at some point during their little 3 spaces of movement, can then perform an attack utilizing the fiery bats and blazing chief, right? So effectively, using the first dodged and partially slowed hit due to, Liúlàng being protected by the rafter and shit, right? To give Zell enough time to jump forward, turn to mist such that the second 2 attacks just cut through mist form and do nothing, right? Ends up behind her, and then just fucking slash her,
Okay.
That's the idea.
Let's see it. Let's see the roll.
Let's see it. And I don't have anything. At the next cost, I'll pay like 3. Yeah, Zell, there we go.
Oh yeah, Zell. All right.
Jesus.
There she goes.
There they go.
Yeah,
Like
there
clockwork.
they go.
Perhaps proving that her rage is founded adequately. The perhaps unpracticed, perhaps not cut. It is destructive. That much is certain. But what is uncertain is, hey, where'd Zell go? Give me another roll if you don't mind. Give me a basic attack functionally.
Yeah, because the way Dancing in the Dark works is, the slash would normally deal around 3 to 4 before any additional shit from, the fire bats and stuff, right? But I'll roll Blazing Chief, sure.
She, despite it cutting clean through the mist, she seems to be knowledgeable of the next little trick in your arsenal, and does turn it around to meet it. But the fact of the matter is, you are far better. You're far stronger physically than her. You're able to overpower her fairly fast. She takes 6 damage, and plus some extra little peppering from the bats.
Yep. Because of the circumstance of this using the Blazing Chief basic attack, because of, the crit and this effect, I don't know if I would apply the 2 stacks of Jack Burn, but if I do, they're 1 damage burn stacks. Zell's burn stacks are 1 damage explicitly, so.
Right. Let's, for the time being, assume no. The extra damage will be your little.
That's all good, because, again, normally it wouldn't be my basic attack that the attack is, but, rolled it, so may as well ask, so, yeah.
She does not take this well, however, and will move. Let's go here. Brandishing the sword at the people yet to take their turn. Harvey.
Okay. Uno momento. Sorry, I wanted to get a drinky.
Die.
Seeing her engage in her, appropriate and, theorized big, wide, sweeping, heavy kill you damage attacks. As Harvey sort of like walks forward, he flares out some psychic energy just sort of ambiently into the air. As one of his clones, the clones behind him, is going to fall back, and as they are ethereal, just sort of like sink into the ground, and seemingly disappear. So I'm just gonna put this one off to the side and keep track of it myself. The other ones fan out in classic, ninja running fashion.
Oh,
Not gonna go
hooray.
to Jane. Keep them separate. As the ones to the north trail their hands sort of along the ground, they are going to, do ninja hand sign, and I'm going to use an ability. What the intention is, this ability allows me to create ethereal clones of objects I've been in contact with in the past hour. The clones trailing their hands along the ground. I would like to form a copy of the metal grating that makes up the floor and cause it to spring up and sort of like wrap around her to like hamper her movements, or at the very least draw out an attack.
Give me a roll.
Yep. I'm doing big area. Ooh, there it is.
Oh my god.
It's an X cost. X is equal to the area. I was doing big area, so a 3x3 upgrading.
My poor girl. I'm sorry that they're doing this to you. Alright. Different colored, and digging into her legs. What's up, little buddy? She stands stalwart for the record, but...
Yeah, just to sort of like wrap around and at the very least provide an opportunity for our big hitters who are coming up after me. After doing that, this one sort of sinks into the ground again to avoid some of those heavy hitting attacks. As Harvey and the one closest back to can you unlink the Psycho Clone stamina bars actually?
Doing that. Yes.
I'll put them at full again so you can do that. I just noticed they were linked. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Continue,
As
though.
Harvey and the ones to the south are all going to, smirk, make a claw sort of hand-like gesture with their arms, and fire out a clone of their appendages. This ability is called Paranormal Appendage. It's 1 cost each. It generally at base, it does 4 damage up to 10 spaces away, but depending on how I position my limb before I use the ability, it can influence what it does. And the idea I'm trying to go for is to aim all of them at her legs and arms to scrape through them and try and wear them down and weaken her.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll this 3 times. Boop, boop, boop. Oh my god.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have added the thing of failure rate increased at this point.
Literally, okay, only 2 of them rolled 14.
So
So again, it does a base of around 4, but depending on how you take me
Yeah.
making a claw gesture to scrape through her, it could do bleed, it could do more damage, however you want. I
Here's
wouldn't
what I'll
mind
give
something
you,
like
Brad.
bleed, but yeah.
Here's what I'll give you.
Yeah.
Her right arm is covered in a prosthetic. And through this, be it an episode of frustration or what have you,
Frustration or what have you as the train comes by,
oh, I'm very frustrated right now. Be it a episode of frustration, just something to keep her in this world. She rips off her prosthetic, revealing a malnourished but ultimately fine arm below it.
Yeah.
She's going to lose access to that. And the attacks that it once gave her.
Epic. with that, Harvey just sort of smirks, seeing his volley of attacks. Not like obviously completely overwhelming her, but it's like, it's like annoying her and stuff. It's like doing things. He is then, true to his ninja way, going to move the fuck out of range of her. I think this one can go like one farther. And that is my turn.
All right. Hey, Jen. Gecko.
Hi, I was muted. Whoops.
If you were.
Yeah. So what exactly did these fucking clothes just do to Alara?
Triple
Fire
claw death
spectral
barrage.
appendage. Yeah.
I see, and that's why she ripped her all off.
It is fine under there,
Okay.
as I just said.
Right. Sure. Anyway, Jane kind of like takes a deep sigh, like cracks her knuckles. Just don't forget you asked for this, alright?
Don't patronize me!
Listen, I've learned in this world, you always have a choice, alright? Sometimes your choice is forced, but
Start fighting.
She knows what she wants. Come on.
alright.
Do not disrespect her further.
Yeah, you're right. She bolts to Alara and very simply just makes a hard, extremely quick strike to her abdomen in order to essentially punch the air out of her lungs, making any reactions more difficult. This is a bonus action, break style, with the intent of causing a roll debuff on reactions.
Okay.
So 3 to 9 damage, but obviously I'm aiming more for the effect rather than the damage.
I'll say she takes 6.
Okay. Wordlessly, she transitions from a fucking punch to a sort of strike with a weapon as she pulls from her coat one of the 2 items she rolled from everything. I'm sure you're all aware how Jane works right now. In that regard. So she pulls out an apple.
Oh no.
Yes. There's more. And holds it in her palm as she goes for a punch, holding this apple in her palm, and as soon as it gets close to Alara, as it nears impact, she fucking crushes it in her hand. And the intent behind this attack is essentially a acidic apple punch mist that fucking gunks up any sort of technology, reducing damage and just generally pissing her off.
Are you going for the sword here? Is that what I'm hearing?
So essentially, I'm trying to
Oh boy.
acidic apple mist punch.
Oh, give me a roll for it.
This is using an ability, critical overdraw. So yeah, just the first variation. This isn't a 1.5 thing. Oof.
She grabs the apple from your hand and discards it practically.
Yeah, fair enough.
Rolls off.
Right. How much would you say apple mist punch would cost?
I'll say that'll just be a 1 cost.
That's
for
fair
a
enough.
variety of reasons.
So that's 2, and then I'll take the cost of that. That's 2. Okay. All right. Well. think that's it because that's my action, movement, and fucking bonus action. So she takes a step back, getting into sort of like almost defensive stance.
Okay. Hey Zell.
All right. Just to start
Real
thinking.
quick,
Oh, yeah.
I mentioned
Yeah?
in chat, I did forget something.
Right.
I can roll to create another clone on my turn, so I'm just gonna roll real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
No, continue.
No, thanks.
All right. So
In fact, we're just gonna. Boop. What's up?
if you mention this
Scarlet.
if you mentioned this already, right? My bad. Sorry. But do we know like what this like thing I'm standing on is exactly? Because if we don't, and perhaps if one could use a roll to appraise it, I do. Well, okay. I guess my talent automatically rolled. I forgot I put that there. But you know.
So, I've mentioned that, I'm just gonna move you off for a moment.
Yeah.
This seems to be a lock of some variety. And, like, base instinct when it comes to weapons and such like that, Alara's sword is very clearly the key, but you have no clue what it could do right now.
Gotcha, but we know, hey, the sword is the key, so that's, I mean, honestly, that's enough to understand IMO. We just know that if she unlocks it, probably something bad's gonna happen. So, with that being the case, Zell takes Blazing Chief and sort of scrapes it against the edge of this lock. Show me everything you've put into that blade! As they, with their main action, well, first off, rather, I'm gonna spend all 5 of my movement to put myself into Jack state. So, let me go ahead and post it. I'm at Jack state, so I will create my funny little aura. Bada bing. Which, if anyone else can see it, cool. If not, I know where it is. So, I'm creating my funny little aura, and then, as my main action, I'm going to try and use the standard version of Blood Driver, not the Jack State version, just the regular version, of Blood Driver, which is my attack where, like, you know, Zell takes the blade, dashes forward, and performs a sweeping slash in a big area, right? Dealing some damage, doing some knockback, and producing little bats, right? And my intent, along with just the damage, is that if it hits, I want to try and, like, knock her up a little bit into the air. So...
That's pretty good. So, the aim of the game is knocking her into the air.
Along
I
with the
assume
damage.
that means... Yes. I assume that means that, like, current prison cell be damned, yeah?
I'm sorry, what's the prison cell?
She's
That was,
as in, like, around her legs, just metal wires dug into
Oh,
there.
right. I mean, honestly...
So, I have a plan for it.
Honestly, yeah, because, I mean, that would deal more damage, so...
Oh boy, does it. It fucks up her legs viscerally as the scent of steel, more prevalent perhaps, goes through the air. Her, black, like, jeans, question mark, tear in a dozen different places and blood pours out. And that's not even dealing with 4 to 7 damage to all enemies of the 3x4 area in front of their starting position, and they're afflicted with up to 3 spaces of knockback, so she's gonna take 7 damage, I believe.
Yep. And as she is knocked up into the air, for one, as mentioned, the little bat is produced in this space, right? If it can move, right? That'd be cool. I'll probably absorb it into myself. If it's stationary for now, that's up to you. But, additionally, because I'm in Jack state, well, actually, first off, let me roll this, because I don't want to forget. That is a failure, as per the thing, so I wouldn't get any rep stacks off that.
Okay.
So, cool, awesome. Then,
Knocked up. Bat put
with
down.
her there, right, because I'm in Jack state, right, all my attacks inflict 1 stack of Jack Burn, which, as I mentioned earlier, is just a 1 damage
One.
burn status, right, and you're a little bit on fire. But the fact that she's on fire is important, because I'm then going to use my bonus action, right, to, you know, Zell will reach up, clench their fist, and telekinetically, you know, elementally bend, grab the fire that they placed on her, right, and just latch it, you know, have it dart towards Zell's hand as they clasp, and as a tether, slam her back down to the ground. So, bada bing, bada boom. Here's my elemental bender.
Alright, that's pretty scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't have set damage, it's just an elemental bending, and I'm taking the fire stack on her and just slamming down.
I'll say the girl moves here, knocked down. I'll say that'll deal 4 damage.
Cool. Which means she gets 1 more stack of Jackburn, and then I get to roll
No,
this.
great. Silly me, I removed it. Let me
Which
just
is
put it
also
right
a
back.
fail. In this case, I suppose is a crit fail. So...
No, don't worry about that.
Yep.
I should have probably specified my dash.
No,
but
it's
don't
all.
worry.
I mean, it's all good. But that is my main movement and bonus actions. I forget. Can the bat move?
I'm flavoring it as he's trapped in the prison which Alara
Okay,
was in
gotcha.
previously. He can't move.
Yep. In
Alright.
that case, I'll just mention that if any allies want it more than I do, I'm of course down for it, but I can always make more. That if you absorb it, right, you can either get a +1 to your rolls for the next 1d2 rounds, which in this combat is especially good because of our failure range. Or you can get a property of Alara to implement into 1 action of your choice. So if you touch that little orange spot, you get that. Aside from that, though, that's my turn. I'm done.
Alara in a moment just backs up, sword in hand. It has not left her hand, no matter how much you've attempted to wrench it from her grasp.
Come on!
Don't come on me. All of this, it will not be for nothing, I promise you that. She takes a moment saying those words. You see in her eyes a clear epiphany. No, wait a second. She puts something together. Her epithet it feels surges for a moment. It will not be for nothing!
Oh.
Just as quickly as it arrived, the glint in her eye fades. And, she approaches Zell, and we're going to be using just a basic attack version.
Gotcha. And I
Alright,
assume that with High Decree, right? That's a one-sided thing. When we attack, it's a clash. When she attacks, it's normal, yeah?
Yes.
Alright, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, of course. I think that, let me, to start off post, I've not put this in the Roll20 for reasons you will soon see. Erythrophobia, a massive mechanical plasma blade. The most powerful weapon in Alara's arsenal, destructive tendencies aside. The birth of Epithet, one that she's been unable to wield at full efficiency due to her lack thereof. But for better or worse, she has one now. Erythrophobia has several methods of attack, all of them apply additional effects depending on the charge, which, if you'll recall, is currently her alias. She will be using Obliterate on you, which is a fun term for 17 damage. Hey, that's how much damage it's going to be dealing.
Does my little funny bonus action debuff do anything to that, perhaps?
Well, we're going to see that once the damage is
Okay.
done, brother.
Well, first off, then, in that case, if that's what's going on, right? I would rather do this version because this would be hitting Liúlàng just barely, right? Yeah, just
No.
barely.
Oh shit.
So I definitely want to
So
do this.
actually,
what?
this is 1 second. There is an important asterisk that I believe was lost in translation intention-wise.
Okay.
It is a 1x5, and it only hits the first person.
Okay.
So Zell is taking it, Liúlàng is not.
Regardless,
For the time being.
I think with this being the case, this is still a lot of damage, and I would rather, if one of us is going to take it, I have more stamina than Liúlàng, so I'm going to do it this way, because that makes the most sense. I'm going to use the Jack State version of Dancing in the Dark, right, as Alara goes up to swing Erythrophobia, is that how it's said?
Erythrophobia, the fear of the
Erythrophobia.
color red.
Yep. As she goes to swing Erythrophobia, like, as she is moving up preemptively, Zell grits their teeth and is going to try and form a, like, firewall of bats to just clash against this attack and, barrier, not let her get through. So it'll have its effects if it works, but let's see it. Because it's a Jack State, its cost is 2. It's at least a success. She rolled much
That
better,
is-
but
that,
you know.
that is at least a success. She winds up the blade and pierces, and the bats are far. It's like striking a chain link fence, I think. They can manage like baseball bats and swords hitting it, but piercing through the holes is a little bit less manageable. So, everything in mind, I'm going to say that currently it's knocked down to 11 damage.
Gotcha. Which would then knock down to 10 because of Jack State Aura, because that naturally decreases damage by 1. So 10 damage to me, I can take that. And then I'll be paying another 1 stamina to maintain the area. Do I get the additional effect where the bats scatter and attack for 1d3 damage?
Yes.
Cool. So in that case, let me roll the 1d3. So 3 damage and a third Jack Burn stack.
Mm-hmm.
Which also, of course, means, because I'm Zell, let's see it.
There's your
Hey,
point.
I get my +3 rev.
Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Okay. Do you have anything else for the time being?
No,
or
that's
are
my
you
only
just
anytime,
taking
so if I'm attacked for the rest of the round, I'm shit out of luck.
Actually, no, you're not. Jade is a counter powerhouse, so
That is true, but at least from my end, I can't do anything. Like,
I expected you to have a sword deflect, but that's neither here nor there. Understood nonetheless. Let me just...
they might have that as one of their later Jack States, or later state Dancing in the Darks, maybe. I don't know.
She then turns her head to Joseph, and for a moment seems to contemplate or regret her following action, but that does not change the fact that she dashes up, and not great, but I'll say that'll be dealing 4 damage and knocking you back 2. Again, ring outs are not a thing in this fight, so take that how you will.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
He'll just take it, honestly.
yeah, it is a nearly dismissive punch, not due to a lack of trying. It is just, she, again, isn't very physically strong, but it still feels like it hurts much more than it should.
Yeah. I
Really
imagine
isn't
just like
just-
punches him in the gut and slides back a couple of spaces on the metal.
Alright. Alright, but hey, you're up.
Alright. I was wondering if I might be able to get by on just punches and kicks martial training, but seems like that's not an option, so he sort of like crouches down a little bit in a more prepared stance. You're up. As a large, like, almost portcullis opens up on his back, and we're just gonna be using this, and don't.
Sorry.
And I'm
Sorry.
using the I haven't put it into the macro, but I am using the upgraded he got at 30 prof of Robo Revolution, and we're gonna try and bring out Omega Rose. So
Alright.
a 4.
Well,
Hey, that's a success.
A 4, but it's a success.
Yeah.
Feel free to drag her out.
Yeah. They properly set her to 10.
good to see our old buddy
I-
again.
But he did not. There we go. Thank you, roll for me. What? I thought it fucked up again for a second. And I will go ahead and... Funny thing I noticed as I was like preparing for this on my turn, right? We didn't set a proper cost to Robo Revolution. I'm just gonna assume 3.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
about right to me.
three's a good idea.
And I will spend the extra 3 to bypass Summoning Sickness.
Alright.
And this is gonna be an interesting little thing, because let me just go ahead and really quickly post Omega Rose's passive. I'm gonna be needing some numbers.
Oh boy.
Long story short,
Oh,
using
no.
the total stats of everyone in the arena to calculate how far behind Rose's team is,
Oh.
and recalculates on each turn. It's basically current stamina and proficiency. For the sake of the Harvey's clones, would just be their stamina. That's how I would treat summons for that. Just stamina and 0 proficiency assumed.
Okay, let me break out.
And you don't need to give me. I will give you the combined number of our allies. You don't need to give me Alara's number if you don't want to. You just need to tell me where we would be, like what level.
Yep, understood. So just give me the numbers, and I will. Oh no. Tell me the numbers, and I'll give you a thing.
So Zell is 71. Harvey is 37. Jane is the strongest of us at over 100. That would be 114, I believe.
Jade is pretty strong.
Yeah, it'd be 114. And Joseph's would currently be.
Hope you're enjoying this
I
time.
will-
for-
I'm just gonna to keep things as secret as possible. I'm just gonna DM you the number.
Okay.
Oh, actually, hold on. Let me edit that slightly. That's what it should be.
There you go.
I see. Alrighty
yeah.
then. And that is the that's how that is as having got rid of the summoner sickness. She's gonna come up here. And we are going to storm generator.
Alright, let's
Basically, Alara would be taking 3 damage, and the next the next attack effectively that Alara is hit with will deal 1.5 times damage, 2 times damage on if the attack is made with a particularly conductive material.
Right. Well, as per the first command, we're going to on high decree, and it's a critical failure. Good work, Alara. She will be taking. Let's just bundle that up. A decent amount of damage. All right. Is that it? Currently?
I'm gonna just move Joseph. And that
Right.
is now my turn.
Liúlàng.
Yep. I'm gonna ask in chat about the epithet, but I'm gonna continue with my turn.
It is not control.
Okay. I'm in an awkward position. I can't necessarily get in range of Alara for a general attack. Like melee one, but
I could get you in range of her for a general attack technically because of the one thing. I can technically use eject on you
Yeah.
oh my god.
if you want me to.
Do it if you want, gamer.
Liúlàng would not want that, but if you want to do it to him, that would be funny.
I will leave it unless you want me to.
I've got an idea on how to draw her into range anyway. I just don't want to draw her into the allies is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unless Zell and Jane are okay with her, like, being directly next to us, that is.
I mean, I'm fine with.
Jade does not count.
Yeah, I'm fine with that insofar as, to me, my defenses personally are down regardless, and I know simply from what I know of and have already seen from her, if she wants to attack me, she can anyway. So if she's next to me, that's not going to make much of a difference.
Alright.
so I know.
In which case, what Liúlàng is gonna do is they're going to move next to Zell.
Yeah, and in fact, if you're in there, your damage is increased by 2 because of the double Jack State aura, so that's cool.
And Liúlàng is going to use his bonus action with Liúlàng to do the... I guess it's a split-second attack, but the intention is to, like, get her to use her on High Decree to go over here to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's an 8, so that would only do, I suppose, 5 damage because of that, but, like...
Yeah.
But frankly, that is an excellent observation. If she does it against attacks automatically, then I might as well see to let's just, yep, it works. So she's gonna run back over. You're in a clash now, little buddy. What's up?
And as Liúlàng does that, and the shimmering blade of, or the shimmering, like, light slash goes, does it go wide, or is it, like, still, like, traveling, or am I in the midst of making it right?
Let's say midst of making it.
What Liúlàng is going to do is he's going to, with his other hand, pop up the book and draw another sword. This one is, yes, Hyokets. And he's going to, seeing her come in, go with a swing with Hyokets. Yeah. 18.
Hell yeah, and his
Alright,
damage increased by 2, so...
We're going to need to break out in any time for that one, I think. Because she, to start off, again, presses the trigger, and it seems to rev some kind of engine. In a bit of frustration, she takes the dial on the side of the blade and amps it up slightly. And that's to counteract it. However, as the primary thing, she's basically going to look at you, and let's see if we can functionally Empress's Eye again compared to your 18. She looks at you, her eye glimmers slightly as she mutters, "Stand down." Clearly not a demand, clearly just something required for her epithet. And the sensation is that of going against a higher-up, the best you could describe it. Against your brother, someone whom you hold in a regard, even if that person may not exist. I'm going to say... you take 6, and Alara will take 6 as well. Well, plus the bats actually 8 make it. For Alara, not for you, just...
Yeah, but Alara's damage is decreased by 1, Liúlàng's is increased by 2, so...
Mm-hmm. It is like, you do cut into her, but you do get the unnatural sensation that you must at least calm your strike. And indeed you do, and she just presses the blade back into you. The blade you wield, not her own.
Yep. I imagine, in this case, the, like, shimmering, like, bonus action light thing doesn't go off then, which, in that case, because the diary that he... Huh?
It was an 18. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I mean, I already rolled. It was like, the Liúlàng was an 8 earlier, so...
Oh, that one! I'll be less forgiving on that one, but still.
Yeah. Effectively, that sword, the Liúlàng, he effectively drops it, and it disappears into a shimmering pale blue shard, and then he quickly, with his other hand, like, goes and grabs the journal as it falls, and he holds the Hyokets. And I realize this isn't especially important now that I'm thinking about it, but that sword actually temporarily reduces their reaction capability decently until the start of their next turn. Hold on a moment. It's useless, I see. Other than that, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. I will note this. It is Alara's turn, and we will be using... We'll be using something on Liúlàng to start. Blood Carve V. So, this is a very complicated thing. So, it is The first 2 rolls are functionally the ones that you need to worry about. The extra 4 are fishing for duplicates. If any of these 6 dice roll duplicates, they are added, and functionally that is the roll. This
God.
is included even if the advantage would be lower. However, there are 2 18s in that crowd, functionally making what she's about to hit you with a 36.
I don't know if I can do anything about that.
Other people
I
might
don't.
be able to.
I don't know what
Hey,
you
Joseph,
want me to do.
Hey Joseph, do you wanna do something?
Yeah,
If you
I'm
try
thinking
something
Joseph might want to
cool-
do something.
I could give it a +5.
You know, you could attack him, but what if instead of attacking him, he was away?
Hey, I mean, that's not
No.
a failure.
That's not a failure. So
I mean, you know, Liúlàng will still try something cool at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because considering this is a blood carve V, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking functional 36, right? If we're taking into account the fact that that's a 6, you know, I've already got 6 knocked off what I need to reach. I functionally need to roll a 20, right?
Exactly.
So, honestly, Liúlàng seeing this, he's done his thing, which could theoretically reduce reaction time. That's probably worn off because it's the start of her turn. But, you know, just assuming theoretically we get some of that, right? Liúlàng, a look on his face of determination, takes, again, he throws the diary up in the air. He takes 2 swords and he's going to go for disarming defense. As he's hoping to go for something of a parry, or at the very least a slowdown. It's a 12.
It is a 12. Here's the thing. I'm going to be a little bit kinder than I perhaps normally would be. So, I see it as beyond 20, there are diminishing returns for what you do. For what you do. So, it is usually a 15. Let me check if there is the charge keyword on that. There is.
I don't know if Jane wants to do her thing.
I think the aesthetic of this is basically she winds it up in a full, like, 180-degree slash from the back of her to the front. The blade seeming to create near saw blades as it traverses. So, I'm going to say that you will be taking... As it hits you, the force cuts into you slightly. You do deflect it, barely. And as she presses down into you, you are progressively less. Oh, Jesus! And you are out of there, taking only, let's say, a destructive for your health bar, but still manageable 17 damage.
Oh.
16.
Alright,
I
would
can still do something if you would like that.
I would like that. I mean, I'm gonna ask a follow-up question afterwards, but that's still a part of my anytime. But like, if you want to try something, I would suggest a reminder to know you.
It's about to be my turn, so I'll get my anytime back. Normally, my anytime allows me to swap places with one of my clones, but because of send a message, I can use it on other people. So my flavor for this would be that, like, the clone dashes, like, out of nowhere and, like, picks up Liúlàng and, like, throws them to where they were. So this clone, to the north of Liúlàng, is going to, like, suddenly, like, it reaches up through the ground, and for a second you're like, oh shit, grabs you by the ankles as it pops up and just flips you to the north, and I'm gonna try and got that. So that the clone just takes the hit.
Alright. I'm going to give you a little less than I normally would on a 10, because it's only at 2 health. So, last time I said 16 damage, let's bump it down to 12. And from the charge, 2 bleed. That's manageable,
Alright.
I think.
Ow, still. But like, yeah, I guess that's fine. I can't really do anything more Though, speaking of doing anything more, right? Would you count that I successfully defended myself by some method?
Yes.
Alright. If I successfully defend myself in any method, I can make a free contested roll to cause them to drop or take the weapon from them.
That's gonna be tough, but alright.
Yep, it is contested, so we'll see. But, I realize also I have something I fucking can't do because of my fucking current sword stance, but like, we'll just take a look. It is in a book, it is Reading Rainbow.
Alright. It's contested, so let's just see Alara. Yeah, no, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother using my sword thing with that. That just, yeah.
Her grip on it is pretty fucking tight. But
I should have used my D6 on my roll to deflect, but...
Oh, good.
So, wait, what is he attempting here?
To disarm them. To take the weapon from them.
How?
Effectively, considering I got sent 30 million light years away, at this point, what I imagine Liúlàng would do is basically he would, like, take out some various, like, basic swords and just throw them at the, like, handle of the sword to get the inertia to sort of, like, flip itself, like, out of her hand, or at the very least unsteady the grip.
Throwing swords to knock a sword out of someone's hand is pretty cool. I did roll a 5 though, so...
I mean,
did
I
roll a
guess that's a
5.
success.
It is a success, but
That's
it
up
is
to the
not.
GM's discretion.
It is not a success according to the grim whims of Alara and this being half of her kit as of current.
I'll just try and do it later if I survive. Cause I... You know what? Actually, no. I want to ask Scarlet. Just because I don't have it any time. I can maybe believe that Jane can defend me 1,000 times. Would you say that would give me the +5, which would make it an 18? The rule of cool.
Not as of current.
So is that it gives nothing? Is that a
So this is for disarming her still?
Yes.
It'd be the roll, so it would go from a 13 to an 18, but yeah.
I acknowledge, I'm still saying not as of current.
So
Okay.
nothing, basically.
Let's
So nothing. I'm going to at least try this, because I have, with this stance that I'm in, a talent called Top Tier Swordsmanship. When in a clash against another swordsman, I can spend 1 stamina to increase my roll by a T6 exploding.
Okay.
So, what I will do
Let's see it.
is I'll see it.
Here comes the
Right.
rush.
That's an 18,
Ooh.
which is still not enough. And considering
It's not enough. I'm going to put an addendum to it. Give me another roll. D20.
Okay.
I will do another one from Alara. I'll say it's enough to escalate functionally.
Oh, cool.
Uh-oh.
All right, another escalate.
Okay.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
All right, Liúlàng, please.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
If you fail this,
The
you might just
fucking-
fucking die.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Had to run out at some point.
Well, so, frankly, you ate a 20 from her, so you know that's something. I'm not going to punish you for it. It is just a matter of like, Liúlàng, I assume you've been around for a long time.
She's 29.
Well, less long than I expected, but nonetheless, she grips it with a clear determination. Like, if I lose this, then what was my life for, practically? So, nonetheless, she still has 1 action, and I think just for the sake of it, I'm gonna punch Zell if you don't mind.
Okay, well, I don't got nothing. So, if someone wants to defend me, cool. If not, I'm taking whatever this is. So.
gonna say 7 damage, 2 knockback. See you later.
Okay, that honestly kind of major suckage, but
Sorry.
no, it's just that movement is so fucking ludicrously important for Zell for obvious reasons. So, it's all good.
She swings with a fist, and again, it hits harder than you think it should. Hey, Harvey.
Where did one of my clones go? What happened?
It was erased when you
I
crit
deleted
failed.
them because of the crit fail.
Because you crit failed on summoning
Did
another
Martin
one during your
cover?
turn, so Scarlet removed one.
Oh.
Soul
Oh, I
for a
didn't
soul.
realize.
Yeah.
Whatever,
Oh,
just roll to
that.
make another, brother.
Oh god, that's big suckage actually.
Mhm.
I'm sorry to hear.
That's a roll to create another one.
Alright, well, you get another one.
Create that guy. Pay my stamina. Okay, there we go. The like ethereal grading clone or whatever fucking disappears because it's no longer needed. The aura Zell emits is a +2 damage aura?
No, so
question mark?
the aura around me is a +1 to ally damage. This square also is another instance of the aura, so if you're in both, it's +2.
Okay. Well, before I do anything, I'm going to GM roll something for Scarlet. Boop, boop.
Ooh,
Bad. Yep,
not
expected.
good.
It's fine. I can maybe try again later. As this clone is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's going to 1, 2, 3, 4. And you said the box is a +2 and your aura is a +1?
Box is a +1, my aura is a +1, so if you're in both, then it's a +2.
I see. If I'm in both, then
There's
it's
a
+2.
golden radius here.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you, Scarlet. This clone is going to pop up out of the lock. This one is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to 1, 3, 4, 5. As the clone to her left is going to stick out its
What did
hand.
you call her?
What?
Continue.
That's all good, keep going.
The clone to her left is going to stick its hand, and you know, like the Three Stooges where they do like the eye poke maneuver. It's gonna do that, and it's gonna shoot. Its fingers into her eyes and try and blind her. Whilst the clone in Zell's new funky aura is going to sweep a leg just over the surface of the grating and shoot out like, you know, a trippy maneuver. While that happens, Harvey is just gonna try and conjure big like grating and like form it into like twisted spears to just send at her. So in total 3 attacks. Pokey eyes, kicky, twisted spears.
That's one crit fail in the crowd, one bad. So, the first one is poke, the other 2 are big kick.
Second one's big kick. The 19 is I'm summoning grating clone and twisting it into spears to send at you.
Yeah.
Oh boy, alright. Well, for the first one, that one's just gonna miss. The
Fair
second
enough.
one, I'm just going to give Alara just like let's see how she responds to that for. Another series of swift dodges, but the grating would be a little bit more relevant. So, for Decree, that meets it. So, basically, you get an action, I get an action. I want to take one of the mental spears and basically take the blade, fire it back at you at twice the speed. You get me?
Oh, interesting. You know what? That's fun. Is this just like I repeat my action? Do I have to repay
This is-
stamina costs or like what's
It's
going
like,
on?
what do you want to do in response to her flicking it back at you?
I think it's interesting. Harvey is going to stare it down with utmost confidence, and then just try and snap his fingers and dissipate it. And while she's distracted, he's going to try and summon a copy of the sword used to strike down his clone and stab her in the gut with it.
Okay.
Boop. New funky zone.
Ooh, funky zone.
God. It is indeed. It is the, it reflects flawlessly off of the blade. Perhaps that is to be expected, and perhaps not. And you know that it would hit you and deal a decent number, but the fact of the matter is, literally die. So... being stabbed with erythrophobia is interesting when it comes to Alara. Also, I'll knock her down. That much is fair.
Hell yeah.
Does the clone keep erythro, or like?
No, it dissipates after its purpose has been served.
She is very clearly not happy with you stealing. It's copyrighted, dude. Come on.
Yeah, you know. Harvey just sort of calls out, it's like,
Come on, where was that fervor? I thought you wanted this.
Again, she does not grace with a response.
yep, that is my turn.
All right, Jane.
Yippee. Alright.
Oh.
Give me a second here. Check mechanics with something. She has less than 2 items, so I'm gonna put another item.
Mm-hmm. Feel free to do so.
Yep, cool. I've done that.
All right.
I won't let you know what it is yet, but Alright. She notices Liúlàng is kind of like worse for wear. Looks to Alara, looks to Liúlàng like, oh, alright, fine. As she's gonna run over here. And she pulls out a clock.
Oh.
Hey, tall, dark, and moody. Points at Liúlàng. You look like you're kind of losing it.
Rosche is muted. I don't know if they're here or if they've been
Oops.
grabbed by the police.
I was trying to talk. I said, I am moody. They turn their eye to look at Jane.
Yeah, you're not like actually moody. You're just like whatever, dude.
Continue.
Look, got a little technique here that might help you get back in the fight. All right. Cause I'm not that experienced with swords. She it looks back at Alara and the glowing death blade. I'm more of a close combat and guns kind of gal, but as she pulls out the clock, like points it towards Liúlàng. But I know a few techniques about staying in the fight. I want you to focus on this clock, alright? Really focus on it.
I'm focusing on Alara.
No. Look at the clock. And essentially what she's gonna do is...
Are
this
you
is a
gonna
bit strange.
are you gonna hypnotize his wounds into closing or something?
No, so what she's gonna try to do here is use critical overdraw, spin the clock, and have him focus on it, and sort of like, almost, you know, hypnotize him into a brief period of like hyper meditation, in order to like, yeah, battle trance. Like so he sort of like, it's almost like not healed, but the willpower is like, you know, he doesn't feel his wounds, he doesn't feel the fatigue.
I get it. Give me a roll. This one's dicey, but
sure.
Unlikely.
Would you say that this would be difficult then?
I'd say so. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank God. Where is it?
Unlikely.
You did say this will be dicey, so
so go.
I don't know if you want to give this advantage or.
Yeah, give it advantage for the sake.
All right. Cool. And I'm gonna double down on this one. I'm gonna push it to its limit. So it's a 1.5 cost and effectiveness increase, but there's gonna be a backlash. Either the clock explodes, you know, or
just
like.
give me a roll and I'll give you what happens.
Okay, sure. So roll 1, 12.
Dice number 1 and dice number 2. 10. So, alright. Liúlàng, I'm going to say heal for 6, get rid of the bleed. I will keep this effect in mind, and you'll be able to pull some chicanery with it when you next clash with her. Also, is that Jane's turn for the time being?
Does the clock explode? Because
the clock's broken. The clock like falls to pieces and melts on the floor practically.
Okay. And cost, please.
It's 3 max, 3.
No, it's not.
And 4. Just that.
Alright, is that counting the 1.5?
No.
So I pay 6. Okay. For 6 stamina.
Well, Scarlet said there are some strange other bonuses that exist.
Mm-hmm.
Just for
I'm
the next
fine.
time
You just gave me 12 improbability, that's fine.
Yeah, I get it. Don't worry.
Right, bonus action. She turns to Alara, don't think I've forgotten about you. And nice and simple. Break style, bonus action, she's gonna kick the ground. And have the metal like warp and bend, so it sends like a metal splinters at it basically.
Yeah. I'm going to give me a roll for that one.
I'm aware that breaking this particular area may be of detrimental effect, considering luck, but
all right. We're going to decree, and we're going to well, that's technically a success, so we're going to see if we can just counter sword slash. Let's just Alara puts up the sword. It takes up the majority of the damage, but she does soak up some pieces with that roll. I have under like described the amount of damage she'll be taking. She'll be taking a fair bit of damage, but like she clearly wants to go for a follow up and can't for some reason.
Oh, okay. How much damage? Because I get double that in probability.
6.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so
That's my turn.
before Zell, I made a critical mistake and I did not post something beforehand.
Okay.
I will not be I will not be punishing you for it. I will simply say that this will be happening on Alara's upcoming 15 turn.
Okay.
She flicks the dial on the side to its seeming maximum setting and eyes the lock menacingly. Read that at your own peril, and we shall continue.
I see. Okay, so just get away from the middle of the arena, basically. Understood. Got it.
Indeed.
Okay. So is it my turn?
Yes.
All right. Well, first off,
it just needs to be proclaimed that's happening, and now I've done that, so now I can use it.
First off, I just want to ask you, Scarlet, right? just as a reminder of like, hey, Jack burn stacks. That's 1 damage at the start of returns if you.
Yep.
All right, cool. Then let me measure something really quickly. Yep. That's about what I thought, right? So what we're gonna do is the bat that I made last round is gonna move here. Zell's gonna use 1 space of movement, move here, absorb it, get a +1 to rolls for the next 2 rounds. So I'll it's a +1, but I'll mark it with a 2 for its duration because I can remember that it's a +1. I got a +1 to rolls for the next round. Pretty neato. And then, as Zell's bonus action, as they walk into this area, they are going to reach a hand down to this area filled with like smoldering cinders that they created, and try and have it reach out to Alara next to it and like latch out, burn, fling her towards Zell and into the area as well. So, you know, fling attack. This is my bonus action, so that is a unnatural 16.
I will give it to you.
Cool. Let me do this. Number to match is a natural 15. So it's just +1. Which, as they do this, and they are flung, for 1, another stack of Jack Burn, so they're up to 4. And then, Zell is going to take 3 of their remaining movement to shift themselves into Queen State. So, let me go ahead, remove my aura, because I have it no longer. Jack Burn in this other area is still here, for as long as they continue to persist. Queen State, I get +3 movement, which I can't use for revving, but I have it. They can move back, move, and attacks specifically targeting them. So like AoEs doesn't apply to, but if it's a single target hit against them, -2. So there's that, as they, you know, command the flame of this area to wrap around, grab onto Alara, and fling her forward. As they do that, the torrent of flames localized around them constricts around their form and then bursts as there's a release of air pressure. Zell's hair and jacket sort of flowing in the wind as if there's a constant breeze within the building that there certainly is not otherwise, as they then lean down, 1 knee, bent, skewer! And they are going to go for Queen State version of Blood Driver, which will have its effects listed, of course. And this has the plus to the roll. Queen States is a 3 cost, as I would expect. Boop. Oh, damn it!
That is such a shame, but I'm
can
afraid
try
that
and maybe use my elemental bending, because I can do the thing where I can apply it to my actions to try and mold the fire around the area. If this spends the area, I'm fine with that, right? But I can try and boost it, because specifically, the way that they, you know, get the speed boost is, you know, similar to how I do stuff with Cosmo, right? Have bursts of fire at their feet that they use with their pyrokinesis, and then use the Blazing Chief as like a momentum shifting weight. So, if this absorbs the area, that's cool. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, just give me a roll.
Yep.
See, all right. So this area is definitely gone. In fact, let's say the burn is gone as well.
Okay.
However, there is a determination in Alara's eyes as you do this. You sense it as a sort of, if you don't go all out, I cannot measure myself kind of emotion, kind of sensation. So there is an interesting comment that I've added explicitly to On High Decree.
Okay.
It mentions in the text that it, once per round, has additional effects against sword wielders.
Yep.
I did not explicitly write out one for Liúlàng because I assumed that I would, they had a lot of swords that they can pull out, and I was like, which one are they going to use? I don't know if I want to make, things for all of them, and I will, try and keep this in mind further in the future. However, with this being said and posted, let us see about the success of On High Decree to start. It does. So, as the two of you are clashed together, what are swords grinding against one another? What do you do?
I think, swords grinding against it, because the way that Zell does this is that it's like a piercing stinger attack, right? They like lunge forward and use it as like a lance, right? As it's grinding against it, I think what they would do is that they would try and use their, not only just their vampiric strength, right? But their elemental bending, right? To just further push along it and shift their momentum such that, like, effectively the way I imagine it is like swords clashing, dragging against each other, burst, Zell and the sword go underneath Alara's blade and just hit her from below the blade.
Right.
Is sort of my thinking. That would probably be a pyrokinesis roll. So, unnatural 13 is the roll for that.
Unnatural 13. Understood. All right. I have a delightfully devilish strategy here.
Okay.
Upon you sliding down, Alara's going to basically try and prepare in advance and functionally put how shall I say? Angle the blade downwards and fire off that railgun shot that was spookily implied earlier with Anquarian. That is worse. That is lesser. So, I'll say this. Yours goes off fully and without a hitch.
Sick. So, if that is the case, unless there was more you wanted to say, sorry if I interrupted.
We will get to the proper repercussions later.
First, I'm gonna rev roll for that pyrokinesis, because that would be applicable. So, if it's by 1.5 times, then they'd gain 2 for that. Actually, no, they'd gain fucking 5. So that would put me up to 15. So I could choose fucking Jack or Queen again. I'm choosing Queen, because I want it for this fucking attack. So, we're up there. And then if the Blood Driver goes through, which is sort of like what my intent was, of repositioning so that my first attack could continue going through. It deals 4 to 7 damage to enemies hit, as Zell drags them in an up to 10 space line. So, however long down this line, I guess probably a little bit before Joseph, right? You're willing to give me, right? Drag down this line, and Alara would then, at the end of the line, be knocked prone. And the area we traveled across during it would be marked with funny fire, which I'll mark with like a little bit of this kind of action. Realistically, that'd be like in the spaces. If an enemy passes through those flames, they take 1d3 plus 1 damage passing through mundane DR. And since Blood Driver then succeeded, right, that means I could rev off of that. So, I assume we're going to count the success roll on that as the roll for the pyrokinesis, because that's what let me succeed, so it'd be a 9. So, I have to match a 9. Hey, it's within 1. No, it's within 2, so I'd only gain 1, which is, I guess, unless I don't think my natural roll bonus would affect that. So,
I'm going to make it 2 with a 1.5.
Oh, yeah, I would make it 2. So that's that. 4 to 7 damage. Knocked prone there. The area's there. And then to end my turn, right, while I'm in Queen state, I basically have dexterous on everything. So, I have 4 spaces of movement left. I'm just gonna, walk back into the flames.
That's fair enough. But let's get back to the let's get back to the repercussions of her not quite failure action as well. It is the she is prone indeed, and it's like, well, that was weird. Shoots you with railgun. It is still not close to the energy output that she would prefer, very evidently. Jesus, did she put some kind of restraining thing on it? Does she need to bring back the dial, whatever. That'll be a future question for a future her. Point is, I would like you to just take another 5 flat on top of what is already.
That's not a great hit, but that is like the lowest damage she's dealt thus far. I can take a 5.
Yeah, so, what's that? So it's her turn, yeah?
Yep, that's her. I'm done.
Alright. She would get up. That's full movement, yeah?
It's half movement for prone.
She, sighs. Let's see if I can do it again. Prepare quickly. I'd say that works.
Oh boy.
Alright.
So that's on the 15 turn, yeah?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
So, with that being done, what do I want to do? What do I feel like doing? She's going to. This one's a little bit weird, but she's intended to be able to pull this out. So let me just. All right, she's going to use just like. From her jacket, she pulls out, like, a custom-made air rifle, seemingly. We're gonna see if we can use her action to destroy 3 clones. I'll say that knocks out 2, unless it'll be dealing with the ones closest to her.
Oh, I see. I can't do anything about that.
I can do something to help as she's lining up her shot. Oh man, what's
She's
this
quick.
right in front of her eyes? It's I don't know why I opened my sheet for this when I have token actions available. Oh no, you can't see. Oh no.
Oh no! I'll say that'll only get one of them, and the other shot that I was getting to that would have hit Rosa will no longer apply! Which is maybe a little bit too much for a 14 versus an 11, but I'm sticking with it.
That seems fine to me.
Which one is it getting?
Yeah. The one at the bottom, straight across from her.
Okie dokes.
For a second out of the corner of my eye, I thought you deleted Alara too. Anyway, so that's that. Oh, all these options, and for what? You know what? She's going to functionally use her erythrophobia action as one of her own. From her jacket, she pulls out what some people here may know as a piece of pythos and slots it into the seeming perfectly crafted pocket. It is unknown what she has done to adequately affect and situate this crystal. It's notably smooth if anyone's familiar with the substance, but nonetheless. There we are. That's her turn.
Okay.
And it's Joseph.
Hey, it's Joseph turn time. Alrighty, so on the 15 turn is when she's going to the middle and she's gonna start the explosions.
And she's going to commit regicide, yes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do. Would you like to be assisted, Jane? Because I can.
I think Gecko's BRB.
I'm sorry, I'm back. What's that?
Just
wanna help?
since on the 15 turn, Alara is going to start the explosions and Jane is in the crossfire without a turn available to leave. Would you like assistance or do you want to be in there?
Well, 30 damage to me means 8 damage, and then constant damage on the end of her turns. But, yeah, it might be nice to get out of there.
Yeah, alrighty. So we're just gonna have 1, 2, 3. She does need to technically get 1 space closer. Have Rose basically come up here, and is going to reach out her hands and launch them out, grab Jane, and pull her away.
Fair enough. Give me a roll for that one if you need to. Racket hands. Reach as far as 6 inches away. And I imagine it can just... it's the Dark Souls rat grab and over here. Yeah?
Yeah.
Alright.
Wow.
That is the funny Rosche asked for.
Thanks, Legend.
You're sick. She beeps at you.
Oh. It's just a robot. Right.
Yeah, and I haven't gotten speech modules figured out yet. Well, I got them figured out, I just haven't installed them. It's I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyways, off of that, we're just gonna go over and turn to Alara, who is now conveniently right next to Joseph, so I don't need to move towards her, and
Yeah, you know.
just punch her. No, that's a crit fail.
That's a critical failure. You raise up your gauntlets, and with little more than a dismissive, like, she literally looks at you, her eye glints, let the adults do the talking. And then when the effect fades, I'm sorry, that just took over, I'm sorry.
Well, fuck you too.
She genuinely looks like hurt.
Walks away. That is my turn.
Hey.
I am also just not. Given how the last round went, I am just assuming that Rose's passive is at the same level and I'm just saving us all time.
Let's do Liúlàng.
Yep. So, roughly, I need to move out of this area.
Yeah, it's like a 6x6, so the different tile texture is where you need to be out of it.
Roughly, this is impossible if I want to do anything on my turn.
You can always hold an action.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably better. What you gonna do anyways? Use Decree on me? That's not... She doesn't do that anymore. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna hold my action to attack her if she comes within range to do a thing with me.
Noted. Shall we get to it though, gamers? Because you're holding your turn, so... Yep. Alright then. So, I doubt that I need to tell you the first action that she'll be taking this turn as she, raises Erythrophobia up to the heavens, and we're gonna regicide. Here it is. Oh, there we are, my fine woman. So, I feel the need to explain this one. She, with a supreme determination in her eyes, takes Erythro and runs up, stabs into the lock. This clone is getting fucked in many ways, and we're gonna get to that. And oh, there we go. And she stabs it into the machine and turns it. There is the sound of a machine whirring to life as suddenly, across the 6x6 area you've come to know and love, we're gonna get to this fire in a minute, there is an eruption of scales, green fire, snapping teeth, and dragon heads, practically, as from all across the 6x6 area in the center of the arena, there is a destruction that strikes through. And, the various creatures, the serpents, seem to turn their heads to the group that is now witnessable, as it were. However, it quickly disperses before it can get too far. The entire arena starts to shiver and shake with a horrifying sound and energy as it occurs to you that what she basically has here seems to be some variety of Epithet harnessing technology or powering up technology, and it is assumable, especially as the same scales and such start to intermix underneath the grates of the second level, that's probably going to happen again. We're going to keep her next action very simple. This one is not rolled. Hydra blood transfusion. Functionally, erythrophobia is now a 30 HP thing on the field. And it will now be healing Alara for all the turns that it is in one piece.
I see.
When it is destroyed, it returns to her for reasons that shall be explained in a bit. But the first turn is neutralized. She needs to take an action to set it up. It is currently within the lock, and as a final detail, on her next 15 turn, you better not be in the middle area. Turn order's gone, and Harvey. That one's Drake, and Drake appears to be gone.
And just to clarify, when you say the middle area, do you mean the slightly darker red, but is
slightly darker red, but not the 6x6
Yeah. Okay.
center.
Yeah. So it's going out in a fucking ring pattern.
In a shockwave.
Yep. I got it. Yep. I got it. Oh God. I'm very glad I played Zell for this. They're really,
same.
They're very good and fitting for this fight.
It's great. Hey Drake, you're up. And
What
if
happened?
you massive serpent explosion in the center. I could just say it's Hydra. It's Hydras. It is massive explosion in the center. Cleared away the little metal that you did. It got sent up in the stratosphere. You can remake the fire trail up until the point that it was, up until the explosion point, and it's going to happen again in a little bit, but otherwise it's your turn, brother. I can just mark it. It's fine.
Okay.
That's the straight line tool, not the square tool. Continue.
So is the center area still exploding, or is that done?
No, it was just there, and now it's gone.
Yeah, and very specifically, right? The fucking erythrophobia, right, is now here in the center, right? And every turn, right, that it remains intact, it's healing her. So we need to get through its 30 stamina as soon as possible.
Oh. 30 stamina, huh?
Yeah.
Harvey looks at his 30 damage basic attack like,
Alara couldn't have even done that with her previous iteration of her basic attack.
I can do not a lot to that.
Well, you can still do damage to her, buff your allies. There are many options. This is the power of tabletop role-playing games.
Yeah.
I can only do damage.
Well, hey, I mean, you might not be able to deal the full 30, but any damage counts, so.
I could maybe try and push it out and see if I can do effectively more damage that way, question mark?
Potentially. I'll keep my true opinions hidden behind the GM screen.
Okay, you know what? First things first, though. I need to make a fucking macro for this. I kept delaying it, but I was so fucking hungry. Let me make a
It's okay.
macro for this real
It's
quick.
alright, little buddy.
1d20. Save. In bar. Make clone. New funky clone. Let's do a little bit of some of this. A little bit of put them right there. A little bit of, hey, wait a second. You have 5 stamina. There you go. Oh wait. Why did that?
Are they still linked? Oh boy.
Yeah, the ones in the sheet are still linked.
Yeah, it's probably because the default
Ow.
token is set to be the one that's linked. So.
One moment, let me see if I can just...
For no reason at all, I've learned how to do that the hard way during Bifrost.
In your way, Mr. Harvey, it's fine.
Oh, is it unlinked?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
How many more do you need, if applicable?
I can only summon one at a time.
And I think you're fine for now, brother.
Okay, is it still... Whatever. I'll do my turn. Yeah, I think I'll try and see what I can do about pushing it out. Because I'd only be able to do like 4 damage to it. Which is not the greatest. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try and pull it out. See if that's better. Harvey is just going to step here. So he's out of the second ring. The clone is going to step here. This clone is going to go down here. That clone's still moving around. And I'm going to try and say kind of what I've been doing before. I have touched the lock. I've been all up in that baby. I'm going to, ninja hand signs, slam hands on the ground. I'm going to try and create a copy, an ethereal copy of the lock in the lock, and try and have it rise up from the bottom while twisting to push it out and prevent it from being able to go deeper because the slots aren't aligned.
That's fucky, but I'll allow it.
And while that's happening, I'm going to summon paranormal appendage of just grasping hands to try and fucking rip it out.
Okay.
So here's that, and here's that.
It has dawned on me that since she doesn't really have the blade... I'll think on that. That's not fantastic, but it's something.
Yep.
So, the funny thing is, this does seem to be an actual, weakness of this particular tactic. It's functionally making the, energy go into a place that it can't go to, so it just overflows out the back, air quotes. And so, loosening it slightly gives the, cup more room to fill, so I'll allow that.
Hell yeah.
I'll say that'll deal 7 to it, which is both combined. Which,
that's better than I would have been able to do to it. And then I am going to have the clone to the south. Let me actually make sure it is fucking in range. Yes, it is. I'm gonna have the clone down to the south. Oh, I'm gonna have it try and pull her back with a paranormal appendage so she's in the explosion.
Damn, alright.
Yeah.
This is happening on her next 17 or 15 turn, so... and also that's a crit failure, so take that cost and die! Don't die, it's fine.
Shit.
But that sure as hell won't work.
That is unfortunate. That is my turn.
Okay. I want to just quickly explain that, functionally, it's like a emerald green blood, is connected to her, question mark, and just flows into and patches up her wounds, making a, slight... What's the term for it? The scarring is a bit more, green colored than one may presume from her, complexion. Jane, I believe it's you next.
Crazy. Me.
For you.
Right.
And I get some...
Right. Okay. Yeah. So we want to damage this sword, huh?
Yep. Until the sword is down,
cool.
she's getting 5 to 6 healing per turn. So.
Jane shovels around in her coat. Since she has, one item, she gets another. It's an interesting one. So she's just gonna look to the others. You guys all good to get out of this area?
Yeah.
Alright. Then I guess time to get back in touch with my roots. Cracks her knuckles. 1, 2, 3. Walks up to the sword. This sword is pretty nice. Sorry about this.
Oh, dear.
I think we're just gonna go for a nice and simple, break the fucking sword. Snap it like a goddamn twig. Right. Okay. Break stuff.
Okay. That
And.
is interesting. Continue.
Once per round, when I succeed a roll, as per my passive, I'll post it again for prosperity. It's pretty big though, and there's a lot of stuff. I need to make it a macro, but alas. One of these is once per round when I succeed on a roll, I can attempt to double down on it, essentially doubling its effectiveness. If I succeed a lucky break, which is the thing that our passive has. I roll 1d100, and if it hits my current improbability, or lower,
54.
It succeeds. And currently, yes, it is 54. So, I'm gonna do that. As she, musters up all her strength and just goes for a fucking insano palm strike on what appears to be the weakest part of its length. And her epithet, flickers and sparks around her. Nope. It's instead half effectiveness.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? You crack your knuckles and you believe you know the best place to snap it into. Earlier when I was like, should on high decree activate, considering she doesn't have the sword, which is primarily what allows her to do it. Seeing you try to shatter that, she's running in there and not allowing that, brother. She's maybe allowing it a little bit more than I first thought, but
Hey, it's still not a failure for her.
Still not a failure, but functionally, it's like you two are just it's trying to restrain a child from getting what they want, Your kicks, I will not bother with a secondary action because she's just pulling you away, trademark. I'll say that will be 5 damage to it, and that's me being a bit kind. And you take plus cost 3 damage as well, just with her, trying to restrain you.
That was a basic attack and use of my passive, so it costs me nothing, but I'll take 3 damage.
Fine. Yeah, fine. I don't understand Shane's kick!
Alright, is that you?
It's changed a lot. And since I took 3 damage, that was damage enough.
That's more improbability for you, I acknowledge.
Yes.
Alright.
And I dealt 5 damage, so that's another 10. Alright, so I still have a bonus action. Jane miffed turns. I really care about this thing, huh? What does this feel like? Magnum opus?
Yes!
I'll avoid breaking it then.
It's the reason people died.
Her eyes kind of glaze over as she stares in the distance. I say, loads. She grabs a whole ass chair out of her coat, smashes it against the ground, and loads one of the legs into a gun and just shoots it point blank.
Alright, let's see it.
So,
You stare off into the middle distance and shoot her with a table leg as she hits the floor. 3 damage.
yeah. So, if an item from everything is shot, the attack can retain the assigned stats, because everything is a whole new fucking mechanic, so I'll just roll it for the sake of it. Wow, look at that. Basically, she has 10 points to assign. I would imagine a chair leg would be like, you know, like
It's like
5
yep,
range, 5 damage or something. Like,
yeah, I'm down for that. Is
Yeah.
it 3 plus 5 then?
no, it's just 5. It replaces the.
Got it.
Yeah, it's
Essentially, 3 is bullet. Whatever the item is replaces that.
Understood.
Okay. That's her turn. She sighs. She can't bring
Alright.
herself to go wholeheartedly full effort on this woman.
Hey, Zell.
all right. So just to 100% clarify, and if I need to make a roll using my talent to further affirm this, I can. But from what Harvey and GMed's done, right? Does it seem like pretty clear that like jimmying the sword around and trying to force it out of the lock is dealing damage to it? Is that like a thing that's pretty clear?
Roll your talent,
Okay.
just for the sake of it, because I'm pretty sure. But with that's
Yay,
that's
I'm
too
a
that-
Mundy.
Yeah, no.
I'm a Mundy. I get a
That's
proficiency.
true, Yeah, it's it. So, yeah, no. You think you have discerned the like the reason why the ability works as it does. I see no issues with you deciphering such a thing, especially with a 20. I'll even let you ask something about it or the arena if you want, but that's optional.
So if that's the case, right? It's infused with the Pythos, right? So, here's a question. Is the Hydra stuff the Pythos that's in it, or is that Alara?
The Hydra stuff is the Pythos within.
Okay. Does guessing the Pythos get us anything, or...
I'm going to say no simply because I was very open with this one at the very least.
Okay.
It's Hydra.
Yeah, it's just Hydra.
but
Okay. Alright.
You can guess Alara's alias all you want.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I was just, because of the fact, right, and don't take this as a guess, because I know it's not it anymore, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I was working like, oh, well, if the Hydras are Alaras, right, it could be fun if the alias was, like, Monster, right? Because she has stuff like the Empress's Eye, right? Which, you know, Emmerich's Emperor's Eye, vampires, monsters, Hydras.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah, yeah.
But, like, you know, if the Hydras aren't her, then that's probably not it. So...
Yep.
Regardless. Okay, cool. All that settled. Yeah, I guess before I go, if Gecko wants to make a guess, then he can, just because I haven't started yet, so.
Sorry. Jay just like glances over. Your alias isn't Decree, is it?
Not quite.
Hmm.
Could be farther off. That's it.
Alright.
Alright, in which
You want to
case...
make a guess? Feel free, but let's do it.
Hey Rosche, right? I want to ask you as well,
Yeah.
right? You have your held action, right?
Yes,
So,
I
you good for a sort of, like, half pseudo dual tech?
I would be happy to do that.
Alright,
Alright.
I'll lead it off and I'll set her up for you, alright? So in that case, Zell, feeling the rumbling of like the gears, the metal, the fire, the hydras beneath them with this metal grate, grits their teeth, takes a deep inhale, and I'm going to spend my funny 5 movement to get up to 20 rev to put me in King State. So let me go ahead and Zell takes a deep breath, grips the blazing chief with both hands, now wielding the two-handed sword with both hands. Sort of just takes it, swings it in front of them, glares down Alara, as it seems like less so, not like murderous intent in the way that Jira had, right? Just more aggression, anger, generally, from Zell, just exudes out from them, you know, a different feeling than the direct targeted, I'm gonna kill you, you know? As they go, wrench the blade to their side, and as my main action, I'm gonna go for the King State, variation of Blood Driver. I've been using Blood Driver as my main action, but that's because it's a good ability. And in Jack State, or not Jack, I keep saying Jack State, King State, it becomes like a big swinging AoE attack, right? That Zell drags hit units along with them for. And so, along with hitting Alara, I'm going to start trying to drag the sword out of the lock using this.
Alright!
So, we're going to go for it. Here comes Jack State, so it's a 5 cost, or I keep saying Jack, it's King State. Come on. That's not a failure!
That's not
Now,
a failure.
this
That's the
is
good news.
exceedingly cool, so I'm gonna just give that a little, just a little boosty.
Alright.
It's not a failure.
Fuck.
It's not a failure.
It's a
So,
fall.
alright, so it's mainly Alara and the sword, right?
Yeah. So specifically, Zell would dash forward, sort of spinning in like a, you can think of a, Legend of Zelda Link spin attack, or more accurately, Nero doing it from Devil May Cry, because that's what it's based off of, haha, right? Doing like a spinning slash while moving, which would deal 6 damage to Alara and the sword, and drag them along with Zell as they would like move to here. And then, if that goes through, they perform one final like big reverse spin, right? In the direction of like how they've been spinning, right? To deal an additional 8 to 9 damage and fling them up to 3 spaces away in a direction of my choice. And if I succeed the initial hit, I can only fail that follow-up swing on a nat 1, and you can't react to it. So...
Alright. I see. That's a 6. I think I have a compromise that I want to bring up.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. So, how much damage is it to start with the
first
with
hit
the sweep
is
interrupt?
the very first like dash hit would be 6 to Alara and the sword, and both dragged along with. So any additional like 2 spaces worth of or rather any like spaces worth of drag to the sword that would deal that much extra damage to it. You know?
Yeah. Okay. So, here's what I want to happen if it's chill with you.
Okay.
So you do indeed sweep her up to start. However, the sword hitches hard against the confines of the lock. It is, it pulls against it best it can. You can see, it's a chainsaw partially, your sword, right? Or is it just an engine?
It's just a giant, it's like a buster sword with an engine attached.
Alright, well, in that case, I think it's more the heat seems to start to warp just around the hilt, functionally. She notices this and pulls it free. I want to clash on the follow-up, which I know is not something that can usually happen, but this is more than I would usually give for a 6 plus 4, so
Understood.
I think it's fair.
Yeah. And we can clash, right? And I'm sure that I can very easily take damage from this, and if that's the case, that's fine. But I will point out, just because, this would be known, in King State, right? They effectively gain, like, super armor unstoppable. Their attacks can't be, like, interrupted. They can be dodged, but, like, if Alara hits Zell in this clash, that's not gonna cancel the attack, you know?
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I might still take damage, but the attack will still go through, theoretically. So...
And then you have your Liúlàng warrior.
Exactly, because I can get up to 3 spaces of knockback and
way.
knock her close to Liúlàng and, all that kind of shit, So...
Alright.
Here's my roll for the thingy.
15, not bad. This will, if you care, I will allow it to be a on high decree.
Sure.
And therefore, if you succeed this clash, which I guess is a guarantee to some extent, you can get a little bit more.
Ain't gonna do much because I'm at max, but that's still something.
It's still something. Maybe it can be used for flavor later.
Yeah.
However, I'm also going to be using her most esoteric attack in response to this.
Okay.
Aowen Harmonics. So, functionally, right? You can see this as like three elemental bending actions for the current charge in the form of Hydra this time. As basically, my plan here is that along the green edge of the glowing blade, scales manifest across it, and a Hydra's manifested, and functionally, it bites into you for however much damage, and will function as a tether for future reference.
Okay.
Well, let's just roll a d20. That is much worse,
Not a
however.
failure, though.
It's not a failure. So, the thing is, right, if we bump that up to 10, that's dicey, but indeed, the fact of the matter is as such. The Hydra's manifested, and you slice through it anyway, you don't give a fuck. She's knocked down 3.
Yep. And so specifically, right, it is 8 to 9 damage to the both of them, and then within 3 spaces, Zell knocks them as they, go swing and spin around one last time. Let's go! Carve through everything! Make them remember your name! Liúlàng!
And Liúlàng, who was pretty much just standing there in his same, stance as just completely unmoving, unwavering, almost unreacting other than his eyes, with a slight movement. I shall cut through all. And he's going to use Never-Ending Pace. Or I guess it's Thousand Pace Strike, as he effectively just walks, or dashes split second through these two, and then after a moment, he then flicks Liúlàng on the floor. It is already covered in blood. The other two, the sword and Alara take 10 damage and 2d2 LC bleed. I imagine the sword doesn't take that, but
all right, I'll keep in mind the sword here. I'll show you what I'm gonna do with the bleed for the sword, right? But Alara can take the 2.
It is 2. Yep. And that's 10 damage, so I don't know how much damage we've dealt to that sword by now, but it's probably a good amount.
It functionally, the health was just for the sake of, Hydra blood transfusion. It's done. Don't worry.
Okay.
Hell yeah. And I don't know if Liúlàng has anything else, right? But if not, to end off my turn, because I've spent all my movement, I've used my main action, I do have my elemental bending, correct me if I'm wrong. The explosion's going off next turn, right?
It is going off on her next 17 or 15. I keep thinking it's 17.
In that case, I don't need to save Omega Rosa. So honestly, after Liúlàng does that, Zell's just going to, grit their teeth again, right? And honestly, from that, as opposed to snapping, just spit out a fucking spark of flame towards her as a bonus action for just a little bippy.
Okay, so I have actually made a large fuck up. It is actually the start of her next turn. So.
In that case,
if you want to put an asterisk on that,
feel free to leave her. She's not vital.
I know. I just figured, hey, it's a little bippy of damage, or I save your summon, and that's a target she has to worry about. If you're okay with me using that 16, I'd instead like to try and, with the flames emanating out from this area, since it's explosives and shit anyway, just try and push Omega Rosa into the safe area. If I could use that 16 for that.
Yeah. Yes, that is more than fair. I would not go out of my way to fuck you because I don't know how my own character
No, it's all
works.
good. It's all good.
I'm kidding. I know it quite well, but nonetheless, it's a little joke. It's a little you and me.
Anyway, so this being said, right?
Yeah.
I imagine that's Zell.
Yeah, that's me.
Alara's turn. A secondary explosion erupts from the area as demarcated with similar green fire and hydras and serpents and etc. And just like last time, they seem to notice the interlopers, as it were. However, it disperses before much can be done. With one asterisk. Alara places the blade into the hydras, and functionally, they bleed onto the blade. So, it is difficult to discern. The hydras are mostly green with highlights of red, but it is still interesting the smell of just pure poison emanating from the blade as of current.
Liúlàng turns around. The blood of a monster is venomous. He grips his sword tightly.
She seems to want to ask questions about that, but does not do so. Alright. This one's gonna be big.
Alright, let's see it.
She reaches to the machine, the part of the machine with the dial. And gritting her teeth, she pulls at it. More and more. So, I believe. Let me just make 1,000% sure I know what I'm using here. Which is always a great thing that you never want to hear this. So just yep. Yester Tempests. Quinoline.
Ooh.
So, for the record, that is half of your max health in damage in a 7x7 area around her.
Okay. Alright. So before anyone else goes, right? I potentially have a way to really fuck her with this.
Oh.
So I want to try it. As this goes through, and let me just make sure I can do this. Yeah. I would be able to, because this is like a big, like... Yeah, this is like Virgil fucking, reality slashes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I am gonna try and use the King State version of Dancing in the Dark, which is a once per combat Smash Brothers counter that, if it works, reflects back for 1.5 times what I would be taking.
Oh, yes, baby.
So let's try it! And it's King.
Yester Tempests.
Oh!
It's a 19.
An unnatural 20 with my +1.
Okay. Can
Well-
I say let's keep that in mind, but see what the other people are doing?
Feeling free.
Yeah. So, well, what Liúlàng wants to do, I have my battle trance bonus. I don't know what this does for me necessarily. You mentioned it does something, but what I'm going to do, right?
Yep.
Liúlàng eyes back to Jane as though to signify I would like some support in this endeavor. As they look forward and seeing the blade about to be swung, they are going to go for their fucking thing to deflect and maybe disarm. But that's a good fail, so I guess I'll die. Unless Jane has something that can theoretically make me reroll or do something, I'm not sure, but...
I can certainly try.
Well, I guess I don't crit fail, because that's only on main actions, as you said, but...
Oh, okay. It's only on main actions.
I've been flitting back and forth with it. I can tell you for sure it won't work, though.
Right. Well, anytimes can be shared amongst allies, but how about anytime actions from a passive, perchance?
I think it's very specifically...
Explain.
Yeah, if I understand based on it, it says that, like, any times that would only target you, right, or affect you, could affect someone else. So I assume it would work? Question mark. But yeah, you explain.
Yeah. Basically, one of her lucky breaks is this.
Once per round. I don't think so. honestly.
It's a bit strange. Yeah, it's not an anytime, it's specifically a use of her passive red stat. Either way, I could still try to help. You are specifically trying to knock the blade out of her hands, right? Or
I will note that with disarming defense, you'll only be taking you'll be taking enough to be dropped down to 1 health, but not explicitly knocked out.
Uh-huh. I mean, I am attempting to, using my blade, knock the sword out of her hand, or at the very least knock her off her game enough that maybe she only hits Zell and then gets countered, and then I can take the sword. But, like...
Do as you shall.
Okay. So Zell seems to be like fine? Question mark.
Well, we don't know for sure, but technically
seems to be.
We're coming back to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Focus on yourself and Liúlàng over anyone else.
Would you be particularly pissed if I got Liúlàng out of the area, the fuck you area?
No.
I rolled a 2.
Okay.
I mean, I can't deflect it. I really want to, but like...
I'm just gonna do my own thing then. Alright, so Jane, sensing the danger of this slash as the fucking sword begins to fucking, pulse and overcharge, Jane, flares her epithet outwards, forcing it into the cracks of reality around them, and, she's gonna use Chaos Theory, to cause a extremely unlikely event, such as perhaps a very small earthquake localized in this particular area, which kind of maybe tilts the gang, you know, it rumbles this arena and sends Liúlàng and Jane, and potentially, you know, if Zell looks like they're gonna get a hit,
Focus
Zell
on yourself.
Back out of the area. Yeah, alright. So essentially, unlikely mini earthquake rocks us, shakes us out of the area.
Okay. Got it. That is fair. I would like to raise a far more sensical idea. Simply because I think that if there was a localized earthquake that applied to that particular location, it's a bit ridiculous. But the technology that is still like harnessing and focusing this epithet signature and is going to be exploding outwards momentarily, suddenly heating up and shaking the area, I think that one makes a little bit more sense.
You know, that's good. That's way better. I'll take that.
So, Liúlàng, I will allow to escape. Jane, cost included, I would like you to take 10.
Okay, is this counted as a cost or a backlash for me?
3 from the cost and 7 from the slash.
Okay, that means I've hit my 7. One more damage would have hit my cap, but otherwise, I have taken damage and gained improvability.
So, now we get to the man of the hour, the they of the dower.
Yeah.
Oh boy. The Pythos core at the center of this starts to crack and bend as reality seems to genuinely start shattering around it. There is a tangible sensation of get out of the way. But you don't become a vampire by listening to your baser instincts. Being born through it, your parents or otherwise. She looks up to see who she is hitting, and does not expect to see you standing over her. So, you do indeed, with a fascinating series of movements as reality shatters around you, as the coolant for whatever is within is expunged. You do not just avoid the attacks, you send it right back at her.
Yep. And so it would be dealing... oh, come on. Well, it's 26.5 times 2, so that's fucking 33? Or it's 1.5, rather. No, it's 1.5 times, so hold on. It would be, like, roughly... Yeah, roughly 40, yeah. As mentioned, it's 1.5 times. I did times 2 as a mistake. So roughly 40.
The blade goes directly across her torso and up across her, like, windpipe neck, the bottom of her jawline, functionally. And she is sent a fair distance along with her blade. The venom not fully going away from the blade, but very clearly running along the steel. Alara takes 40 damage. Oh boy. I'm going to hold her next action until after Joseph for a few reasons, as she stands up with the help of her sword. Hey, buddy.
Oh, that's very interesting. I'm not even gonna. Again, I'm not gonna bother to count. I'm almost positive that we're still ahead of the curve. So, what we're gonna do with
There's a
Joseph's
small
turn?
chance you're not, but
If we're not, then it's almost certainly the next tier down, which is just +1 damage and +1 to roll. So it's not really worth dealing with right now. And I don't want to hold things up. So, what we're gonna do? Let me double check something really quick. Okay, does have range. So Joseph is going to come up here, and is going to use his modified basic attack to try and heal Zell.
oh, fair enough.
Hell yeah.
So let me. Oh.
Yummy.
Okay.
Get your you.
Yay.
And then, as Alara looks to be in a weakened state, Omega Rose is gonna walk over here, turn to face her,
Buddy.
as a part of her, just the entire front of her body opens up and folds out into a very large cannon. And I will be having her. She's going down because I'm spending the full 10 on this. To
No!
gain one of the bonus effects. The bonus effect I'm choosing is double damage. As she energy charges up. And blasts out.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my god.
Oh,
40?
everyone's getting a little crit for as a treat. So in this moment, I don't actually know if Joseph's is in the roll 20, but nonetheless, in this moment, she looks up, thinking to themselves, "This day cannot get any worse." However, go. How much damage would this be dealing? 20?
It would be 40.
Yeah, because of the crit, because use the version to make it deal double damage to 20, crit 40, so, you know, just take 80 damage overall over the past, like, round, a turn or so, you know?
Alara looks up and sees the fucking cannonball traveling towards her. She, in this moment, knows what she must do. She raises erythrophobia and is going to try. And she's going to fail. She raises her palm. She tries to focus all of her alias energy into something, but it fails. She even overexerts herself. She tries to speak something into reality, not fully understanding that she must do it to an entity that can listen to her. One such as this is currently out of her skill set. Therefore, no matter the roll, for a variety of reasons, it fails. She puts everything she can into this. However, she is sent, blade still in hand, off into the far distance, practically, in the form of the rafters. She slams into them along with her blade, and it's fucking Borkin. It's destroy.
This dude's like, whoa, my seat! And he falls, you know?
Holy shit, man! They are not participating in this fight, and they're not sure if there's some level of, like, they're not sure what the rules against that are. Holy shit!
Did she break through the cage?
There isn't a cage here.
Oh, I thought we weren't allowed to be knocked out of it.
No, we explicitly are allowed,
mentioned ring outs are not a thing in this particular fight.
Oh, okay.
So, with that being said, she, even despite the devastating hit, everyone looks to her thinking surely she's out. And she stands right back up. She wipes some of the blood from her, body. No ring outs. We're not done yet. She walks forward with a confident smile. She can no longer. I'm allowing. Here's what I'll say to you. Be very lucky that she used her erythro action and not her main one, because otherwise she would throw that sword down with Hydra blood again.
Ayo. Also, after that, Omega Rosa is now functionally out and returned to Joseph. So.
You know, that technology is about twice as good as to what I could manage at your age. People usually don't wear goggles for the aesthetics. She hops down with her blade. And switches it out for a separate one now. Liúlàng. I apologize. This is another episode of Liúlàng is not in range to do anything, but it's your turn still.
I mean, I'm not quite certain what to do, because I can't approach, or else I'll take 30 damage. If I stay here, I can't do anything. If I hold until her turn, or if I try to, like, combine turns with her, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what she's gonna do. You know what? Scarlet?
Mm-hmm.
Would you allow me to just, like, put my money where my mouth is and literally just quote-unquote combine turns to try and clash with her?
Yes, I will allow that for a couple of reasons, which you will soon see.
Liúlàng pauses, takes note of everything that's been going on. Liúlàng does not feel inferiority or superiority. They don't feel those emotions of, oh, I'm better than you, or I'm worse than you, or I am morally in the right, or anything like that. Having seen everyone go through their whole things and be able to effortlessly dismantle this woman, and in some cases mock and deride her, Liúlàng grips his sword, mostly in identification that he feels he has been failing to respect this woman, as at every turn he has been pushed out of the way or moved, and he has not once been able to truly get into a clash. He's going to change that. He stares with laser point focus on Alara.
So, is that your turn, simple as?
Yep.
Alara's turn. So, the blade is raised. She focuses, and with a handful of rough gestures, she spins the blade around, and from it there is a bellowing of mist. I will, for your... I say that. No, I'm just gonna use this. As she, within the smoke, dives in and disappears for a moment. She's going to use Owen Paldron. Not fantastic, certainly not a crit, but she will be using this on Jane. Jane herself cannot react to this. She dives in and instantly, as though a fish swimming through their home pond, wields the blade with a supreme delicacy. That's the wrong term. Delicateness, and just stabs it into her back. I'm going to say that one will be dealing 9. And I imagine that, judging by the silence, no one has anything to say.
Unless theoretically with my thing you would allow Liúlàng to interact, though theoretically I could also wait, question mark.
I will not allow it for the time being, because she's gonna attack you in a second, don't worry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I fucking zoned out, just getting hit.
9 damage. Can't use any times to defend yourself. Other people can use any times to defend you, but doesn't sound like there are many people interested. So that's that. I
Damn,
believe.
let's see how it is. So 9?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Take it to...
We're and maybe saving any times is going to be a good choice for what's going to be happening at the end of the turn anyway. So, hey little buddy, hey little Liúlàng, let's, we're going to AO and Harmonics again, and we're functionally going to create another cloud of smoke and then dash at you from it. You know the classic, where am I coming from kind of situation. It's that. It's that, and it's a natural 20. So, but you do have the battle trance. I want to see what you cook up, Liu.
So she's effectively creating a bunch of smoke clones and running around before, like, doing a,
using the smoke to obscure her, and then making a singular destructive strike.
Liúlàng, seeing this, he had his eye. He maintained eye contact with Alara from the exact instant that she appeared from the smoke to stab Jane, which I imagine is what immediately prompted her to try and attack him. And seeing that she's running around him, she's doing a smoke cloud and all of that, what he does is he sheathes his sword, the Liúlàng, and he waits 1 beat, 2 beat. On the 3rd beat, with a fucking insane flash of speed, he draws the Yue Guang, unleashing a giant black, flash of light, because it is a blade that emits a lot of light, and then effectively does a I'm going to, for your term, Scarlet, I'm going to yield my flesh to claim they bones.
All right, you're not, okay. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. This isn't a, try and counter her fully. This is a take what she does and strike back. No holds barred.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to say that indeed the blade is raised, and at the exact same precise moment, the hydras roar up yet again as some sort of set dressing or heraldry to what is about to occur. As she appears yet again, take with that, with the cost, take 25 damage and make your action.
Okay. In this, Liúlàng is slashed, and in the exact same instant, the sword comes out. He does his slash. Not good, but
you
as
do
soon
have
as
the
he
battle
does that,
for the funny. You do have battle trance for the funny, which I'm getting
Yep.
to. Yeah, what's up? What's up?
he'd use the bonus action to go for another with the light beam that does less damage. And then
Much better.
just finally, effectively, as he gets in, he's going to put a hand on the sword.
Mm-hmm.
As a free action, Liúlàng can de-summon swords into his epithet.
And you're doing that to her?
He is going to attempt. It is at least contested.
Oh boy, is it. Oh, Alara. So, here's what I have to tell you. Remove your battle trance and go down.
Yep. May I, or can we do a little bit of flavor as Liúlàng goes down?
Feel free.
As the slash goes through, Liúlàng takes it in the chest, a slash clear through his midsection. Though as his eyes flare with that red glint, he takes the blade, does a slash almost in the same sense across hers, and then, as she's reeling, does another upward slash with the light beam. Blinds her just a little bit, and in the next instant, hand on sword, grabs, it disappears in pale blue shard, and then his sword that he was wielding is left on the ground. The blade harbors resentment. And he falls to a knee. Free your heart. And falls to the ground.
The words seem not to affect her, as, given a moment, her expression drops. She feels like there is a look in her eyes, like everything is collapsing. For better or for worse, she focuses for a second. She mutters to herself. And I think that this will be adequate. The stress as her eye glimmers again, very noticeably this time, is done away with. The stress, the worry, Is Liúlàng's blade still around? Or is
Yes,
that
he
too gone?
he explicitly did not dismiss that. To what end, whether that's intentional or not, who knows?
Alara, in this moment is, in a word, confused, but the aura around her arms, the epithet aura that she has, warms up slightly yet again. It's a gentle, sort of, it's bright red at this point, glow with small golden sparkles at the tips or wherever they would be. And again, it cloaks along her hands in particular. She picks up the blade. Hey, Harvey, do you have anything to not die in the Hydra store?
Yeah, if I roll good.
Okay. Can you roll good, please?
I can also help if it is necessary.
Then my turn.
I didn't realize I fucked up because I thought this was gonna be going on her 2 turns still. I was like,
Oops,
wait,
sorry.
oops, and I realized like half an hour ago it's like, I could die. But it's fine. I planned for this. This is why I did the clone at the beginning of combat.
Thank goodness.
This one is going to pop out of the earth, and it is going to use its readied action to send forth a paranormal. Sorry, my phone went off. I got a call. I'll do that in a second. To send forth a paranormal appendage, bending its arm sort of like a boomerang, to have it like zoop forward and try and grab both Harvey and the clone.
Oh
Like,
boy,
push them in.
alright. This is gonna be a dicey roll, but hand it over nonetheless. Single digit. 5. Not very good. Does anyone have anything else they want to cook up? They want to do?
Yeah, I can also assist with that, and assist
Oh,
in
you-
just
Oh,
getting
you
into the energy and being more pulled into. I can't do much about the clone, but I can help Harvey, and by help Harvey I mean eject.
Please do. 8. Not very good either. So I'm going to say. Alright. Harvey is currently. Call that bitch Monkey D. Luffy because he's in One Piece. The effects, the recursive Hydra effects are gone now. However, I'm gonna say that we're gonna match health bars. All right, little buddy.
Okay,
That
I'm gonna also use my anytime then.
Oh, okay, all right. You don't want to functionally take 11 damage? Okay.
I would prefer not to. I guess I'm taking 11 damage. I'm taking 12 damage in fact.
Yeah, you fucking idiot. So that the fact of the matter is that as per her second command, the first turn per round, her 15 gets an additional erythrophobia action. Both erythrophobia actions have been taken. So this leaves only one left. And Alara, she seems to understand that there is. Let's learn from myself as opposed to anyone else. Really, she 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
We are going to roadkill stance.
Okay. Let's see that.
Let me just. This one I will mention is straight from her epithet.
It's not a failure.
It's not fantastic, but it's not a failure either.
Oof.
I am going to say this will go through, not at full, because erythrophobia is functionally what allows her to do the
Multiples and shit, or the.
It's what allows her to take damage and go to the metal point.
Okay.
I'm going to say it will go through, but succeeding again in the future is going to be in this streak is going to be very difficult.
How much damage?
5.
Okay.
Then it's the energy covers her like she is sonic boosting, brother, and then she strikes, basically hops over Zell, and then stops and is going to try and do the same to Joseph. Oh, damn it.
It's fine. I will simply crit to interrupt her.
Okay.
No. Well,
That's
it's
no, you
technically
did.
a crit.
Actually.
You... I am so sorry to say this is meant to be a fight that is possible to lose. Alara strikes Joseph just directly in the stomach, and you do indeed go down. You do indeed take 14 damage, but there is a genuine sorriness in her eyes for what she has done. Alright, we're going to try one last time with a 15+. Well, Jane, another punch that should not hurt as much as it does. Do I hear any complaints? Any times?
I don't think I have any.
Okay.
So go on. Roll the one.
Alright.
Go on then.
At 7 damage. She does not attack Liúlàng.
That's the 19 that's hitting you, yeah.
Yeah. I see.
All
7
right.
damage. Okay.
17+ against the Psycho Clone. That is not enough. Even if I was feeling merciful and said 15, that is still, she finally halts, sticking her hand onto the ground as though she is in a sprinter's stance before moving herself up again. With a light exhale on one of her arms, the smoke energy vanishes. Harvey, you're up.
Okay, gamers, we need a new funky fucker up. Because this is probably our last round.
Yeah, that's, yeah, I'm... Okay, well, I want to ask you, gamers, something, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't have healing. I think Jane might be able to utility some bullshit, but, like, otherwise, no. I know Harvey doesn't have healing. Our only inherent healing is Joseph, who just went down, right? So,
Yeah.
it's gonna be real hard for us to live for very much longer, right?
You know what I think?
Yeah.
All of our turns are right next to each other. I think we try tech
No,
and just try
go
to fucking
fuck her
figure
up.
out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
In that
no.
case, right? Whatever because I agree with you, right? Insofar as I think if we don't at least get really close, it's gonna be very, very, very fucking unlikely that we all manage to live, right? Whatever we do, I just need to have an open area so I don't friendly fire you with my big thing, but I have one last thing in the tank I can try to go for one more big hit. So.
Interesting.
Okay, so Zell does big damage. Jane can do decent damage. Harvey can go like full support and try and like help you guys by using the paranormal appendages and mental mechanics to just try and hold her down and effectively give you guys rerolls. But like, oh, you missed the swing, but I adjusted and like stuff like that.
I can blow up. Jane can put her all into a single attack, but it will cost her 2 hell. And there's a very high chance of a backlash. Like there's almost guaranteed it's gonna fuck things up in some regard. So
Here's what I'm thinking, right? Are you willing to go for that big hit, Jane?
Yeah.
Because if you are, I like the sound of what you're saying, Drake, of having them hold you down, because that means that theoretically you'll be alive, right? So if we don't finish her, you're still up and we're still in this, right?
Yeah.
So I think we can have Jane and Zell combine their fucking attack together, because if we just hit her both at once, I think I can avoid my friendly fire because we're both rushing at her at the same time. And you can go for your big hit too. So if we're doing this, Harvey should probably go first.
Do you want me to like fully take my turn, or do you want me to do the support idea?
I was thinking the support idea, but whatever you're thinking.
In that case, I'm just going to bonus action try to create a clone. Unfortunate, but that's a roll clear. And then I'm going to save. He's going to move the fuck away. I'm gonna save my clone's actions to help out my allies.
Gotcha. In that case, Jane, we gotta go now.
All right. I'm feeling lucky.
I won't lose. I won't let myself lose. Not again. As they're going to reel back, right? And I'm gonna combine my bonus action into this, right, just for maximum hit. So I'll roll my elemental bending after I roll for this. But frankly, just gonna go nice and simple. I'm gonna use the King State Inferno Ender, right? Because, actually, now that I mention it, similar to fucking Dragonov's passive, which, now that I think about it, it's funny that's similar. Each of Zell's states have, like, a super move that they could use, right? But if they use it, they lose all of their red stat, and go all the way back to base, and they're usually pretty high cost, but they are big. And with King States especially, like, not only do they get reduced from 20, like, max to nothing, but they also get, like, fucked for the next round, right? It's like, they're in boo-boo baby land, after they do this, right? But, it's a pretty big goddamn hit, so let's roll it. So we're gonna go for fucking Ravager Nova. So, here it is. It's a 6.
It is a 6.
Do you want me to try and help out with that?
I'm down for it. I won't say no, that's for sure.
In which case, what could I do?
This is funny.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is a really cool way to flavor it. As, like, Zell is walking past the Psycho clone, it sort of, like, sleight of hand, stealthily, like, reaches out and just barely manages to make contact with, I can't remember what it's called, but Zell's, like, big, powerful weapon. I think it's the Blazing Chief. Yeah, and as it does, it lets out, like, a smirk and a smile, just... as I am going to use mental mechanics to conjure an ethereal copy of a Blazing Chief that trails behind it, effectively giving them a reroll because it's duplicating the attack.
Give me roll, please.
And it's a big weapon, right?
Yeah, it's a sword that can hit from 3 spaces away. Like,
fuck.
It's not a failure.
Not a failure though.
I was going to save it, but if we want rule of cool on this one.
Definitely, I think.
I'm down.
Let's rule of cool it then.
Hey, that's something.
So,
if I don't know if this grants me the reroll or just the generic boosty.
I would like specifically from you, Zell, a second roll.
Yeah.
Yes!
And on top of it, pyrokinesis. For just adding more fire onto the fucking sword and massive big fucko explosion.
Okay. Very, 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 very interesting. So, Zell, the first... May I ask, can Harvey's copies be interacted with by the laymen?
Yes, when they're actually, like, doing stuff, unless Harvey is, like, doing weird things, like trying to make him go through the ground, they're usually corporeal.
The sensation is that of the Blazing Chief is destructive indeed. She raises a hand. It is It is a similar, lack of a better term, vibe slash energy to what Zell has experienced with their charge, shall we say. The sensation of dealing with someone in a higher position than you. And the energy makes a delicate barrier between the blade and Alara. The same cannot be said for the second psychic copy. She is struck full force. And is, again, that's 10 to 20 damage, you said?
This is a 15 to 20. Of course, reduce or
20.
increase by however much you're feeling.
Of course.
And it's a 7x7 fucking explosion of flame. So let me do that in like this is a 3x3, 5x5. I'll move it after. So this is a 5x5, 6x6, 7x7, right? And it's just big O fucking explosion, you know?
Yeah. I'll be honest. Does Jane want to toss in anything before I cement this concrete-wise in terms of what's happening?
You know what? I will. I'm gonna get a little funky. So as this is going down, Jane prepares herself for the attack by using her passive. You see... Oh wait, is it a passive or is it a talent? No, it's a talent. Okay, so as part of her talent breakout, she has this. She can spend improbability to ensure minor improbable events occur. So essentially, I can spend improbability to set things up. What I want to set up is that all the fucking combat damage before has caused essentially like a loose part of machinery or like wiring to come dislodged in right where Jane is standing.
Are you telling me that you want to fucking surf?
Surf?
Like on top of an object on the explosion to beat her up?
No, I just want a particular object, essentially.
Okay.
To use. Because, you know, she can use objects from the environment with her stuff. As if it were one of her, like, basic attacks. Like, items. So how much improbability would you say it would be to cause that to be a thing?
Let's say... I think 35 is a good number.
35. Ooh.
This is a well-constructed piece of machinery. It usually does not break, but well, as requested.
You know what? If that's the case, how about just a chunk of nice metal?
What? How shall I say? Like, this is just for like stabbing into her.
This is for me using in a move to help assist Zell's big fucking attack. How about I make this easier? All right.
Trust me, 35 is fine. Don't worry.
No, I'm good. I don't want to spend that on probability.
Okay.
Bonus action. Stomp on the ground, cause a fucking, break off a piece of the metal by force.
Right. There we are. Okay.
Cool. His metal breaks off, flies up, spinning in the air in front of her as Zell is like dashing to make their attack. I am going to. Well, obviously she grabs the metal, dashes around the side, and then she's gonna use break style critical overdraw. But she's gonna use the advanced version of this. So let me post it for prosperity's sake. If you'll read the lower part, she can instead pay +2 the cost to push it past its like limits, and granted a 2.5 cost and effectiveness increase. So, but it like blows up. Like there's something really fucked up that happens in as a backlash.
Okay.
All right, cool. We're keeping this in mind. Great. So what does this slash look like, Soleil?
It is
for my
just
sake?
a massive overhead swing of the fucking Buster Sword, and when it collides with the ground, it's just fucking torrent explosion of fire in this area that leaves behind like a smoldering crater.
I see. Okay. So as I imagine, Jane is like following up, sort of like shadowing Zell as he approaches, and then does the big slam. And as he does, she stands, and her epithet like fucking erupts out of her, and her eyes glow to a fucking burning orange. As she is gonna use break style critical overdraw. Blue Moon Requiem, to take this piece of metal, snap it in half, and then sort of like strike the two pieces of metal against each other with such force that it creates like a massive spark, which she is then going to breathe through, like essentially breathing, like the fire outwards in a massive like dragon flame eruption.
Okay.
Which doesn't seem reasonable, but it may be improbable.
Yeah, maybe.
There we go. Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah! All right, I'm gonna try to re-roll that one.
That's a crit fail. It'll be very difficult, but let's see the roll.
Maybe I'll get lucky.
No, maybe
you know,
so.
maybe I'll roll under 100 and it'll
know,
succeed.
Gecko. You know, Gecko, it'd be really difficult for you to change that one.
I don't need that. Lucky break is based off of my my fucking improbability.
I'm trying to be
which is
cute.
100.
Give it to me.
All right. I mean, I'll take it if you're giving me a handout.
Okay.
So, expend 80 of my improbability and then get the reroll.
Okay.
So, what about?
Not a failure, then.
No.
That's
All
not
right.
a failure. I could try and help
go
you
on,
out
then.
more if you want it.
It's okay. Zell's thing succeeded.
I mean, it
I'll just
succeeded, but I mean,
spam
the clones are here to help, so I mean, may as well, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it just because a 3 is something I can even remotely interact with anyway. As Harvey, scanning the battlefield using their tact to try and figure things out, they see Jane faltering, they feel it. They're sensing their chakra. They're going to send out a paranormal appendage with 2 fingers extended to use ninjutsu pressure points to, give her a burst of ki and, energize her.
Alright.
No, fuck, dude.
It is a damn shame that so many of these have failed.
I do have one more if you want me to use that, Gecko.
Nah, don't. You save it. She's still got.
Gotcha.
Assuming we don't knock her out, she's might have an action after this.
Because I really wanted yours to succeed because Zell's area enhances the flame stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking me, I think we spend the rolls because that's what the clones are here for.
That's what they're there for.
I haven't used it for ability or combat, and the one time I do, it eats literally 80% of it.
You know what? If we lose, we lose. I'm gonna go for it. I want this to happen.
That's what I say. Hey, that's not a failure.
that's
That's not a
better.
failure.
So, all right. I'm going to lock it in here. No more anytimes. No more actions.
Okay.
No more Fortnite. Alara is again sent spiraling head over heels practically to the very edge of the arena. Unlike the cannonball, it is not into the rafters, though the audience seems to expect such a thing and prepare for it. Alara is still in one piece. Alara, the metaphorical camera focuses on her for a second. Do this. I can't. I need to do this. She does the same trick she's done 3 times. Stop, bleed. And then there's the sound of shattering glass. It is the sensation of... what's the term? When you're a child and you're using your epithet, there tends to be a thing of being overly imaginative with it. Imagining what you could do at class 3 as opposed to your own level. This is not in the same way, but it is the same base prospect as Alara suddenly screams out, clutches her eye, the place that it was injected to in the first, well, the place that that accursed thing was injected. Alara is currently up at 25 health. All commands are reset. Jane, do you have anything else?
She has
Or
her
is
cost
well,
stuff she needs, but other than
I literally blew myself up for that dog shit roll, but
I'm going to say...
so I'm going to need some numbers here.
How much cost have you taken overall?
Currently, that one action is what the cost I'm taking. So that other stuff expended my extra resources. So, whatever you think a big dragonfire, like, metal breath attack would be.
I'm gonna say take 8 cost and we'll leave it at that, okay?
So, 10 cost, okay.
I was counting the 2.5 times and such.
Yeah,
I was thinking-
it's
I was
plus
thinking
2 to
4,
actually
so-
use the variation of that.
fine.
So, yeah. So it's 2.5 and then 2 on top of that. It's pretty custom.
Okay.
we're both still up, so
If
the
anything-
area is there, by the way.
If our action
my
chain is over,
mistake.
then just for clarification, this whole all of our 3 turns are over now. Yeah.
I know I
I
was getting to that.
I think Harvey himself might have an action, maybe, but
Yeah, Harvey himself has an action, but I have 1 stamina and I'm not in range to really do anything.
yeah, you could always just hold it for if you're about to be attacked, you know?
Yep, that's probably what I'm gonna do.
Alright.
Alara does not seem to have the presence of mind is the wrong word, wrong term, but it is more, since she does not have erythrophobia, she has nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's difficult
She'll use
to
one of
read.
her actions. She'll use one of her actions to double move. Despite the difficult terrain, she trudges through it nonetheless. She takes a moment. She takes the sword given to her. Far, not her favorite, shall we say. It's too thin. It's too light. It feels like she's going to break it at any second. It feels like she's wielding a twig. She uses the second action to just hold, in case anyone gets close. However, we're going to see. Failure is going to be a notable thing on this. He's going to look at Zell. knock yourself out. Let's see. That's not horrible.
Okay. If this is going to deal any amount of damage to me, right? That would knock me out, so I'm gonna have to respond. So I assume this would be doing so. So I'm gonna have to respond.
Indeed.
As Zell starts seeing this and knows of this technique, considering their lineage and direct connection to, the Ralavars of all people.
Yep.
They know about this. And so, what they're gonna do is I'm gonna use Dancing in the Dark to shift to the Misty form to obscure eye contact. And additionally, while doing so, just get as close as I can, right? Because I can only move up to 3 spaces normally, so I'd really only be able to get to like here or here, right? But using the fiery bats, right? Using the fiery bats, as well as my elemental bending pyrokinesis, right? Just go and fling a big fireball at her, right? So, with that being the case, because Dancing in the Dark is at base and X cost, let's assume that I would be dealing Blazing Chief's base damage before King State modifiers to myself, that'd be 6 if with the knock yourself out. So I could spend like up to 5 without like risking dying, I think. So I'm willing to spend up to that amount. Probably closer to 4 just to be safe, honestly. But I'll spend 4 stamina on this.
Let's see.
And this is just... Oh, hold on, it's not the Blade State version. It's just the regular version. With a 4 cost. Something, and here comes the elemental bending. And specifically, any damage from the elemental bending, right, if that's like a separate attack, would have a +4 damage bonus to it because of King State. Because King State boosts all of my non-ability damage by 4. Also, it's a fire effect within the area, so it's another +1. So it's +5 damage to this fireball attack.
And the fireball damage just deals damage trademark?
It's just damage trademark, Dancing in the Dark, right? If it is able to hit to for the 3 to 4, right? Because actually, I say that. No, she's just barely out of Blazing Chief's range, right? But if any amount of the damage from the normal 3 to 4 like damage slash from Dancing in the Dark goes through, that's cool. But other than that, yeah, it's just vague fireball damage, and whatever that damage is, +5, you know?
I'll say she takes 9 from that. And you are not knocked out? How can bats kill themselves, idiot?
Well, I am knocked out from cost, so...
No, I will...
Okay.
I'm allowing it this once, my child.
Alright.
Perhaps
I mean,
that
being
will
surrounded by fire would make firebending pretty easy, I'd say.
However, she, sadly, the 2 people who are knocked out...
She's gonna take this much fire damage. Because she starts her turn in the area.
Oh, okay, little buddy. Let's see it, Zell. She's not used to this sword, but will still try and strike you with it anyway.
Yep.
Oh. I'm just going to say, what do you do in response? This is a clash, functionally.
If it's a clash...
Oh, I know it's a crit.
If it's a clash, Zell sees the blade, sees it's not hers, sees it's Liúlàng's. Why the hell did he take it? I wanted to finish you off with your own weapon. You needed to go all out. But fine. Fine. A substitute. Whatever works. Let's go. And this has +4 damage. If it's hitting for a full normal attack. Actually, no, I've been saying I'm in King State. I'm not in fucking King State. So actually, fucking You wouldn't have taken an extra fucking 4 from the fireball attack. I've been thinking I'm in King State because I was. I'm not. So this is actually just 6 damage.
Alright. Considering the 17, considering its distance, I'll still say that's 6 off.
Okay.
For health bar.
Yep. And would inflict 2 Jack Burn, so, that's on her.
Oh, son of a bitch. That's a red knocked one. She... Emotions long ago failed her. She does not speak. I think that we're just gonna do this.
Alright.
Such is inferiority. I will allow you to do one final clash with her, to see if you get a classic Zell crit.
If I'm being permitted a clash... No! I already said I'm not gonna lose!
Compared to a 9, that shit is nothing, brother. As in, the 9 is.
Yeah.
She takes another 6. And perhaps anticlimactically, as it switches to Harvey's turn, the fire does her in. It is not a matter of willpower giving out. It is a matter of her body giving out. The sword falls, and she does too moments later. Her eyes open for just slightly too long before she gets perhaps long-deserved rest. There is a deafening roar from the crowd. This is clearly one of the best fights they have seen in some time. Despite this, very few people are conscious enough, in the arena at least, to hear it. Their own ears ringing, their own brains rattled in their mind. Feeling like the skull is only a trap for it, practically. The cheering does not die down for a long while. But give it enough time, it does. A good 5 minutes pass as everyone starts to be able to properly get up to their feet. You can all bring yourselves back up if you are unconscious.
Zell isn't saying anything. They just are on one knee, using Blazing Chief to hold themselves up as its end, the tip of the blade, is stuck into the metal grating.
You get the sensation that Alara would do the same if only she had the blade that supported her. He is silent. If anything, she looks nearly comfortable.
I didn't realize I was muted. I was trying to say a thing. Just as Joseph gets to his feet and is just has enough gets enough of his bearings, he sort of would walk over to Alara, and whether or not she is conscious enough to hear him, would give her a very formal bow and just say, "Thank you for the fight. It was very valuable training."
Zell would be able to see that her eyes are indeed open. It's difficult to tell genuinely whether she has the energy to speak.
Yeah. That. I think that's what I needed.
You certainly gave it your all out there. Gotta say, I'm impressed. That sword can do some work. Or maybe it's you? She looks over and gives him like a sort of like weary smirk, like.
A little bit of both.
Harvey just sort of like approaches during a lull, casting their gaze upon the rest of the party, who's, I assume, like huffing, panting, slouching, showing signs of fatigue. They themselves even also notably not limping, but definitely struggling to move forward, trying to put on a brave face. And they look down at Alara with somewhat of a grimace.
You know, I had a whole speech in mind. Asking you what your passion really meant. Why you would let yourself go down. Why you couldn't do more when there was still fuel left to the fire. Why you simply allowed everything you stood for to be taken away from you at a moment's notice. But after thinking about it for a moment, I realized you didn't have much choice in the matter. Somewhat of inevitability, I suppose. Like a long row of dominoes long in the making, you set yourself up for a fall, having forgot where you traced back to. And I don't think I'm disappointed. If anything, I think I've learned from this. You are an admirable one, Professor. I reiterate my mention that I wish we could have met under different circumstances. I'd love to know how to create something like that.
Sort of just jesting to her like red eye as he turns around, looks back, takes a step, sees everyone on the ground.
I'm going to move on.
And he's just gonna walk off.
Drag yourselves behind me when you feel up to it.
If Zell had more energy in their body at the moment, as soon as Harvey said, "Drag yourselves after me," right? Sort of regaining that shit-eating grin that he had before. There's an instinct, a twinge of their musculature in their legs that says to just lunge and smack them, but they they can't at the moment. They're just, even as a vampire having literally supernatural, unnatural levels of strength and resilience, even still just reeling from the fight.
It's a bit heckin' rude.
Yeah. No idea what the hell he's even talking about.
Good to you too. It's good to know. She finally seems to at least regain the energy to sit herself back up, to which she does in the still smoldering steel area. She shakes her head. You, again, the epithet touched eye seems to, you notice, indicate more emotion, more something than her other, but nonetheless her expression is still very clear. Whatever he said, she has too many words and none of them adequately describe how she feels. This is what I have to look forward to. Can one of you bring me my case?
Zell starts to sort of wrench themselves up using the sword, and will start moving over.
Joseph looks at it. To be honest, I probably don't have the physical strength to lift it. It looks heavy.
So, it's lighter than you'd think. It's pretty big, but the bigness is currently the only, like, thing. If anything, part of you wonders how she was that, like, physically weak, considering that erythrophobia was in it for so long. Assumedly, at least. When it is delivered back to her, which just would take a few moments, she uses it as something to stand herself, more or less. All right. She spits up a bit of blood. Great. It's one of the finest pieces of technology I've seen in a fair while. Your sword. I wouldn't be able to make. I'm out of practice with the technology that I used to make erythro, so I wouldn't be surprised if I couldn't make something similar. It's excellently constructed. You did good. Same with you, Joseph.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Robotic routine.
I admit I don't know that I could make a weapon. I'm more skilled at like robotics than like weapon engineering.
I used to be a jack of all trades, master of two back in my heyday, but
Liúlàng. Sorry, go on.
the machines I make are. I've seen myself how useful garbage can be, so I tend to make them from things restricted to a scrapyard, which is perhaps it is indicative of my stubbornness and a lack of willing to change. I'll make something to counter the pristine ones in due time, given that, no matter what.
Your sword was plenty strong. Just had it taken away from you. Honestly,
She says, mostly seemingly as a joke, think I haven't noticed?
Yeah, honestly, if you still had it, I probably couldn't have deflected your blows at the end there quite as easily.
Liúlàng slowly sits up. He takes his book and slowly begins to write.
She, for one reason or another, does not. She looks at Liúlàng, but does not offer much more than words. No, much more than the stare.
Alara, Professor Alara. ... You. They like actually pause a moment. They look uncharacteristically from someone like them, where it's like you would expect an edgy swordsman to not fumble the words. He feels like it looks like he's fumbling the words. Are incredibly strong.
Is that it?
I am sorry. He reaches forth and manifests the sword in his hand.
As it would be previously, or in its default state?
I imagine the Pythos would be stuck with it unless it popped out immediately. But even still, I imagine he would, as soon as it comes out, pop out the Pythos. As long as that can be done safely without breaking it.
It is difficult but manageable. The glow is no longer noticeable. The sword seemingly off.
Both of these do belong to you, and I do not pretend to know what is best for people, as I know not what is best for myself. A pause. This, at least from my gathering, seems to hold much of your animosity, much of your focus, and a blade wielded in resentment may one day hurt its wielder as much as their foes. I've seen it time and again. I'm not here to lecture you as to what I believe is right, as if you think you should wield it. That is the most correct opinion there is. But I can harbor this resentment.
She takes the sword. There seems to be a split second where she contemplates striking Liúlàng with the pommel, but that does not come to pass. She walks back over.
It is of incredible make. Terrible.
Don't lecture me.
I said I'm not.
Actually, of note, right? Because I've just been thinking about it. Joseph is just kind of like sitting cross-legged at this point, as he's recovering. I'd heard about various like prototypes and things circulating from various productions, but this is the first time I've seen like properly encountered tech that can like effectively channel epithet stuff.
Oh, in case it wasn't obvious, by the way, he would
Interesting.
also just offer the Pythos back. He's not stealing that.
Yeah, yeah. She took it. She finally getting the energy back, does away with some of the blood to make her seem at least a little bit more amicable before looking back to Joseph. It seems to dawn that perhaps blood got in the way of the usual golden luster of the eye, which is just an odd observation, but she turns around. It's a very complicated process. You can see it more or less as it's a scientific versus a soul-based sort of issue when it comes to epithets and technology. So, you can see it as replicating synapses, what the mind does when it tries to do something with an epithet in technology. It is difficult and a very person-to-person basis, but it works well. She seems to blush slightly, of all things. Though, I'm curious, actually. I'm dealing with my own issues when it comes to robotics. I've always had a particular... Her expression sours slightly. This is supposed to turn back! She kicks it, like, just tough, and it wrenches a little bit. Not perfectly made, case in point. Sure, I could have reset it during the fight, whatever. When dealing with, say, 10, 12, some number in the double digits, how do you deal with the machines tending to blow themselves up?
Oh, then.
Or- It's either that or they soft lock and do nothing and just wander around, and it's like, well, that's... Sorry, the 10% chance that I hit the other... Yes, sorry.
No, it makes sense. There's a getting that sort of like model, sort of like basic robotic, tracking AI stuff working takes a bit of work, and there's the more tends to be the more humanoid you try to make them, or the more limbs you try to add, the more complex it has to be, and it's a whole issue with processing speed. There's a lot to it.
Chance.
Hard to get into it right now, but you'll find that in particular, like, it's at least at first you don't want to like be trying to do humanoid, because that takes humanoid with complex tasks takes a lot more work than simpler things that are like, this is a robot that does one or two things.
She genuinely seems to take that at like face value, and then just mumbles under her breath any number of possibilities, and they can do too many things during a specific point in time. Should I program them to be whatever? That's a future question for a future mate. She looks to Zell to almost probe if they have any little programming questions, as it were.
Yeah,
engineering.
It's really funny, right? Because like you do that, right, and it looks they are completely zoned out. They are like Omega, like not in this world right now. And then you like look at them for a second, blink, snap to attention. Sorry, robots. I don't do robots.
No, the sword.
Oh.
She just plays it off. I was asking about the sword.
What about it?
She seems to need to restrain herself from asking 300 question. What's up?
They raise their hand somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
I am envious of the sword. Though, I hope that does not come off in a derogatory manner.
No, it's... Yeah. Put a lot of work into it.
I am in envy that you were able to make such a thing. A pause, a lull. From my home, swords and many other projects are seen as frivolous uses of metal. I do not see it as such.
Right.
But
I should mention
you go.
what you saw me try to do there was soak it, free it from some of the mental burdens that it's placed upon me. It's been restrained in my case for so long because I thought that it deserved to be there, and because I thought that it deserved to be trapped. Because of the trouble it got me into, because of the trouble it got other people into. I should have thought more about the people and what they would have said to me than my own, desires, ideas, emotions that I put onto it. I do not much appreciate, while I'm trying to work through that, it is stolen away from me, just as many of my friends were. This is not inherently to comment to never do this again. I know better than most people that worst comes to worst. Death is... in fights such as this, in the open, if your opposing party wants to put your mind to it, death is a possibility. Disarming your opponent is good, but I would never dream of doing something like that to you people, for hundreds of reasons. And ultimately, I simply request that in the future, you do not put your own values onto things that you see. Put your own assumptions onto things that you see. Anyway, she turns around with no beats. Just anyway, is it fueled by anything? Is it a chemical reaction?
It's
What kind of the amount of fire created by it just doesn't make sense for it to just only be steel, I don't think.
Yeah, no, it's the fire is partially, I mean, it's got the components, but this thing really only could be wielded by at least if you want to do all the engine fiery stuff that it can do, you need to be able to do this. As they, extend a finger forward and, on the tip of one of their fingers, light a flame with their pyrokinesis. It's my own power I'm using to fuel
It's
it.
a catalyst! That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
But now I'm wondering what you could do with she takes a moment just... Sorry.
Yeah, it's a giant hunk of metal. It's a chimera of a bunch of different scrap and other swords that basically fuse together. I make it work because I got that, motions to the finger, and I can lift it, but if we didn't have one of those kinds of things, it'd just be a giant slab of metal, basically.
Custom belt. She seems to need to restrain the desire to request to compare notes at some point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also, small just thought came to mind thinking earlier about what I was saying about when the things stop working, just like remaking and iterating on designs and such. I think a good example of that you could probably connect to. So, you know the one robot I brought out during the fight ago, Rosa. She had a much earlier like alpha test version that I think DBA still has it in their basement somewhere. It kind of had a lot of problems, and maybe almost killed a few contestants, which it wasn't supposed to do. But you know, that was before, and the newest model now is a lot more stable and functions properly. It's just like an example.
In the background of this scene, by the way, Liúlàng has been like working through what Alara said, and very recently, near the end of what Joseph was saying, has been getting down on his knees and slowly like bowing forward on the ground, like towards Alara.
She is. It is difficult to tell whether she has noticed and is just trying to ignore it as though it'll go away, or what have you.
He does
this-
eventually stand, though.
Is this a okay? She, there's a momentary spark of her eye, but it vanishes pretty quick.
Yeah. Like Liúlàng and Joseph and Jane and everybody else was saying, thank you for the fight.
I was hoping to be respectful, and I failed.
I believe I already know what the issue with my alias is going to end up being. But I'm going to need to get used to this, I think. Fighting, generally.
I mean, if I understood this place correctly, right? You work here, right?
She rolls her eyes for a moment as though it's like in a touche kind of way. The important asterisk is yes, but sometimes I just have the machines that I make deal with people and such. You would be surprised how little combat appeals to me, despite what's the term for it? I know that this is something that I need to focus on, but it's not something that I quite do out of a love of the art form.
Yeah, I think I get that. You gotta be strong.
Something like that.
And if you got a job here, you basically have unlimited sparring partners.
More or less, perhaps. Fluctuating this out of the schedule might be. Future problems, future me. It's fine.
Have we... ... in any way managed to dissuade your hatred of this one group?
She thinks on that for a minute and seems to... She nods to herself. I think that from this interaction, I've seen that my first two interactions were flukes. My pride was wounded when someone summoned forth a giant banana peel and caused my magnum, and caused one of my more expensive, large, and complicated machines to trip on itself and shatter.
His eyebrow
The
raises
banana
slightly,
peel?
which is... It is maybe one of, like, one of the most facial expressions you've seen of him.
So you can understand at least a part of why I was not very happy. And
Joseph's-
secondarily,
Joseph's eyes are closed and he's just nodding sagely at the banana peel thing, just like, oh, that sounds like DBA.
and the second one made no effort at disguising the fact that she seems the type to want to kill indiscriminately, simply put, so I assumed that she would, and I injected the alias in a bit of panic and worry and anxiety and every other mental issue under the playbook. But I've seen, if nothing else, with this group that you can... There are humans. People whom understand that I am going through my own issues, and just the same, she gestures roughly to behind her. Just the same, there are people whom will not respect me, as there are in any job, in any environment. I just happened to run into some of those people in my second outing. And luckily I've run into people who have done away with that illusion in the third. Make no mistake, though. I'll beat you. Your group, your organization, the legends of its infallibility. I don't fail either. I just don't succeed yet.
Liúlàng actually smiles.
Well, in that case, I honestly cannot say that I'm the most experienced with the establishment. I don't know precisely how all of it works, but I do not believe that it was until the most recent outing with Lord Ralavar that I technically count as something of in the fold, but I don't know. But if you are to fight more people from DBA, be wary of more shenanigans, I suppose.
This is the
Yeah.
kind of place that would attract a lot of the fight people.
Indeed.
So
I acknowledge.
Yeah, if you're gonna tangle with DBA, be ready for anything. Jane, who's had her arms crossed, she slowly just watching Liúlàng have his realization, just unimpressed, in the background while they were talking, kind of pipes in. I've been a part of DBA for scratches the back of her head a long ass time, and I know I joined for to how do you put it, find yourself, find myself, figure things out. Still hasn't really worked. I'm still figuring everything out, but I know there's a lot of people like me who are just kind of joining to figure things out. So you get the weirdos all over the joint. She does a hand motion, just
The most sagely advice I can offer is that yourself, who you are, changes on a daily basis. Some days you may wake up and it won't. Who you were won't make any sense, and you'll need to start dealing with who you are. That's all.
Liúlàng takes in a deep breath.
confident you'll manage, though.
I don't know. She rubs the temples. I don't know about that one. In my case, who I was the day before, the years before, follow me back up that smell. Like blood that you just can't wash off. You know, it's not that easy.
Understood nonetheless. I'm confident you'll manage.
And, you might want to think a little harder before you challenge someone to the death next time.
I said no holds barred, not to the death.
Oh. She,
There is a
she looks a little like, oh, oops. Sorry, I guess that's my old, you know.
Her eyes are locked with yours.
That's my bad. I'm used to when people challenge. Hey, don't look at me like that. I wasn't actually gonna.
We were all on the same page that this was not a battle to the death, correct?
I wasn't treating it like that. If anything, I'll be honest, I think I was closer to killing Harvey.
Slip of the tongue.
She seems to want to say something, but keeps it to herself.
Sorry, it's maybe it was the way you came at me that I kinda things got a little tangled in my mind. I want to make it clear that I don't do that anymore. That was, never my intention.
Yeah. Like I said when we started this, I had some stuff to work out. They look to the side. Just need to let some things out. That's all I was going for.
You know, I think I've been having too many runs in with people who want me dead.
I treat everyone if there's someone who wants me dead, so...
Alright. Good fighting. Maybe we should do it again sometime. Jade walks off. Keep your head up. Yeah. Seems like you're stronger than you think. Hop.
Next time I'm going to keep 2 copies in case one of you gets smart enough to steal one. There's a little piece of advice for when you run into me next.
You did tell me you didn't want me to do that, though.
I mean someone else.
Yeah, someone else probably will.
Oh.
Disarming a weapon is,
I thought that applied to everyone equally.
I mean, she'd prefer that people don't do it, but I mean, that's not going to stop them. They'll do whatever tactic they need to if they can win the fight.
Right. Well.
May I make a couple of selfish requests?
She shrugs.
Can I have my sword back?
She gestures to like... I wonder where it would be spatially. Thinking about it, I think it would be funniest, and also, from what I recall, make the most sense if she's like, oh, and moves the case aside, hands it back.
Nod. And second, whether you wish to keep the secrets of your craftsmanship to yourself, or, not. I would be happy if I could request of you of any value you would want a sword of my own.
Whilst I make no promises, my expertise lies with epithets, because as a child I wanted one really, really bad. I can at least try. But things are going to need to. That's a back burner project, let's say.
I think personally it would be very cool. Especially if we were to duel as it was finished to be its first test. They actually, like, I try to do it with my voice a little bit, but, like, when they are talking explicitly about swords and the craftsmanship of which, they actually gain a little bit more, like, energy.
Right.
Of course. He zoops away his sword. Thank you for your time. And he moves forward. Right. While he's going, he does, at least from his pocket, produce like a fucking wrapped candy, and he does, like, at least offer it to Alara for now.
She, like, nervously takes it.
He nods and continues walking.
Balls, a lot of them.
Zell puts their hands in their, coat pocket, nods to Alara as they're gonna start moving off.
And thusly, a quiet finally falls upon Alara, upon the arena. The people are still talking about the arena as it happened, as the excitement propagated. Alara looks at her case for the first time in what at least feels like years. What she thinks would be a better term would be months, with a renewed vigor, a curiosity, a desire to try again. A knowing that failure is temporary. She thinks that for a few precious moments before someone else enters. All right, that's about what I thought. I think it's fair enough. I think it's we fought twice. The big guy, you talked about him, and like I'm sorry to hear that he tripped on the banana. Then the second time, you just kind of like fell down, and I'm sorry about that one. Or like you just kind of said like keep going. I don't mind. I don't care. But listen, right? I just it makes a lot of sense that she glares at this man. Surrender and leave the room. I surrender. See you later, guys. She looks to her case for real. The desire to finish what she started. The things that she's done cannot be changed. Sins unmentioned will not be mentioned. Will not be brought up and dug out as pieces of vengeance against herself and the people whom she respected. Plus, who knows? Maybe with this, she could situate a floor position a little bit higher than the beginning 20 or so. The Duke of Fight Tower, Monarchy Tower, whatever you want to call it, has arrived, and she's confident that she's here to stay. Thusly is where we end the 3-episode blitz of Monarchy Tower episodes, and we can finally get you guys some combat rewards. Is this the right one?
Where are they?
No, this one's the previous one. Where we need this? We need this one. Sorry, there's a big difference. All right, there you go.
I would like to sword this proficiency a question.
Yeah?
God.
Oh, Jaden's gonna pick for proficiency in class.
Alright.
No.
Have a good time with that one.
Hey, can I
I would-
ask? Do we gain comp with funny fish?
3 if you want.
I'll take it.
Sure.
That one's another little like rare one, I imagine.
Yeah.
I like Staminar.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Enjoy the 5 as offered.
I'm taking the stamina because it puts Joseph at a nice and rounded 40.
Oh, yeah? Well, I could take the 5 go to 60.
I'm at 61 because I'm a powerhouse Monday.
No!
lose.
Yo, I got
You
2
beast,
I'm gonna
upgrades.
spend a lucky break to break your kneecap.
You wanna know a funny thing as well, right?
What's up?
From my stuff, I am I believe I have it connected on the token action. Yeah, on my training reps. I am 1 martial success away from getting another martial arts proficiency from this thing.
Hey.
If I had not
am somewhat
failed the second shock gloves.
Damn.
I'm gonna post my funny upgrade if that's okay. S.
Oh, of course.
Offhand weapon. So long as a collection has more than 1 sword, and they're both of a standard size, Liúlàng can hold them each in one hand and attack with both during his turn. However, he has a -2 on a basic attacks when dual wielding, and the second offhand sword is used as a bonus action. If he chooses to use a swordsmanship ability on a turn where he can't plan to dual wield, the cost increased by 1.
Hey, that seems
And
pretty
his 30 and his 33
Yeah.
passive, the Collector's Instinct. As a former student of Relican, Liúlàng has been tuned to the fact that interesting tools and weapons are innumerable, as due to the fact that things are created with every passing day. On top of all that, already having been made throughout the entirety of mankind's history is also out there somewhere. Because of this, finding something you're looking for is all about knowing where to look. Whenever he's in a session, there are 2 to 3 swords for him to find. Sometimes they're just average and unremarkable, but also they might just be a sword that, while not legendary, is just waiting to have a myth be written about them. The type of blade and what, if any, is affects is up to the GM. These swords are outside of any that might be carried by many enemies that can be stolen from, theoretically.
I love that you got that after there were 2 swords in the session.
Yeah, two big O sword.
Yeah, 2 big O swords, and then like, oh, I guess no, Joseph doesn't have a sword. I just was like, I was just projecting a sword onto them.
Yeah, no, Joseph punches badly.
Hey, Liúlàng knows where he looks. He found 2 swords. They were just being held.
Yeah.
Idiot. Yeah.
Just take the swords. Wait a minute, where's Drake? Drake.
Bro's
Upgrades.
gone. I'm half thinking that he fell asleep.
That's possible.
I don't know.
I apologize.
We're gonna
Also,
put you
hey-
we're gonna put you monkey in the middle, okay, little buddy?
Hey, Scarlet.
up? Hi.
This was a third a day, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha.
It means 3 more off announced lifespan.
Uh-huh.
Rip.
That's okay. There could be a session that happened in the middle of this.
Yeah, I
Temple
mean,
could be happening right now.
I mean, I would argue it very likely, potentially is, or at least sometime within this blitz, considering.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's probably happening. At least concurrently with Temple, or within the same realm.
Yeah. Sometimes I think about the fact that I have a series of 2 sessions planned in the future that are very quickly going to take like a week off.
Oops.
Oopsies.
Hey guys, what is he mark? Roll table.
Okay! Whoa!
Whoa!
Wow, that's awesome!
Glory.
I'm laughing!
Listen to me laugh.
You know.
Oh.
Well, that's that. So, you know, hey.
Yeah.
Let me actually mark the companionship with Funny Fish.
Funny fish.
Yeah, thank you gamers for watching. Whoa, that's crazy. Not only today, but just like, generally, this whole little shebang that Scarlet put together. And thank her for doing all that shit, of course. If you enjoy yourself, you're new around here and you want to know where you can catch more of the things we're doing here on this Twitch channel, make sure to join our funky Discord server. Dating, there's the link. Whoa, go there to get notified when we're going live and what have you. Post memes and fan art related to the sessions that we're doing, and also just be in the general loop of things. Similarly, follow and sub to the channel if you haven't already, because that also helps you with that very same thing. So, yeah, thank you all for watching, of course, as always. Couldn't do this the way we do it without all of you, my fellow players, and as already mentioned, Scarlet. So thank you to everybody involved here today, and again, also, as already mentioned, everybody involved with the previous episodes, sessions of this triple feature. Yeah. All that being said and done, hope you all enjoyed, and, cool. Until next time.
Yeah.
Good night. See you next time. And say goodbye to chat, everybody.
Get the fuck out!